So you learned the basics of HTML in the last section, and so now it's time to learn the basics of the second language of the web, and that is CSS. Now, CSS is essentially all about styling the content that we write in HTML. And so in this section, we will keep building our project and basically add some visual styles to it. We will also learn some theoretical concepts that are behind CSS so that you actually understand how CSS works. And this is really important because then once you start writing your own code, you will actually know what you're doing. So I hope all that sounds really exciting, and so let's get started. Welcome to the first lecture about CSS. So just like we did in the HTML fundamentals section, in this section we will also start by looking at what CSS actually is, and we will learn some common terminology so that you always know what I'm talking about when I refer to different pieces of the CSS code. So, first of all, CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets. And just like HTML, CSS is also one of the core technologies of the web. Now, remember that we use HTML to basically describe the content of a page. And on the other hand, we use CSS to describe the visual style and the presentation of the content that we previously wrote using HTML. So CSS and HTML work very closely together. And in fact, down here, you can see a web page, which is actually the project that we will build later in the course. So in the left side, you have just the content, so just the HTML. And then on the right side, you have the exact same HTML code, but with a lot of CSS. And so that CSS describes the visual style and also the layout, basically, of that whole content. Now, as you already know, HTML consists of a bunch of different elements that we can use to describe the content. And so, again, CSS is similar to that, because CSS consists of countless properties that we developers can then use to format the content. And these properties allow us to format different things about the font, the text, the general spacing, the layout of the page, and so on and so forth. There is really lots of different properties, and of course you don't need to know all of them by heart. There's just no need for that. The way that you learn these properties is that you use the most important ones over and over again, and at one point it will then become very intuitive. Okay, so this is what CSS is all about. So let's now take a look at an actual piece of CSS code. So this is what a typical small piece of CSS might look like. And it always starts with a selector. So for example, if we want to style all the H1 elements on the page, we need to select it in CSS, and then we can apply some styles to it. And so each of these styles, we can call it a declaration. So for example, here we set the font size to 20 pixels. And so that font size is called the property, and the 20 pixels is the value that we declare for that font size property. And so property and value together is a declaration. And we can also more casually call that a style. Then all of these declarations or styles together make up the declaration block. So we have these curly braces after the selector, and so inside of the declaration block go all the different declarations, so all our styles. And all this together, so basically the selector plus the declaration block, is what we call a CSS rule. And so what this means is that in the end, our CSS code will be a lot of different CSS rules, one after another, where we select all of our elements and style them in any way that we want. Okay, and so that is exactly what we will start doing in the next video. So let's go there right now. There are three places where we can write CSS, and we call them inline CSS, internal CSS, and external CSS. And so let's now learn about these three different types of CSS and also which one is the best. And in this section and also the next one, we will actually keep working on this same project that we started building in the last section. So the section about the introduction to HTML. And remember that this is how we left the project after that last section. And now by the end of this first CSS section, it will look like this. So that's completely different, right? So we have a lot of colors here. We have this color border at the top. The font is also completely different. So the text color also changed. And yeah, here we have some nice background colors. We even have this button here floating here on the right side. And so, yeah, a lot of visual styles are going to be applied through the page throughout this section. And you will learn a lot of CSS by building this project. Okay. Now, I like to keep one folder for each of these sections. And so I will now go to my desktop and create a brand new project folder for this section. So what I'm going to do is this time I will not go into this folder, which is the code that we downloaded from GitHub. But instead, what I will do is to simply copy this project from the last section. Okay. And then I will call it 03 and CSS fundamentals. And so the starting point for this section is the final code of the last section. So I hope that makes sense. But if you feel like just working in the same folder, that is of course absolutely no problem. So you can just keep writing code exactly in the same documents that we have been working on in the last section. I'm just doing it like this so that in the end I can give you all the code organized nicely. Okay, so I will now close this window here. And we can right click, for example, here on VS Code and say new window, and then open the folder from here. So on the desktop, it is this that I just created. Open it. And then as always, I'm pushing it to the left side. Now, yeah, we can put this here on the other side, but later we will need a little bit more space because you see that there was some space here before, right? And so with this layout just being on the right side, there is not enough for that. But for now, that doesn't really matter. Now this one that we had before, now since we closed that window, it will no longer work. So if I reload here now, Google Chrome tells me that this site can't be reached. So I can just close this and I can then click again here on Go Live now in this new window. Okay, so in this new project, which is actually the same, but it is a new project folder. And so for VS Code, it is like a new project. So if I click now on Go Live, it should start again. And so here is the way we left the project after the last section, which is the starting point of this new one. Great. But now let's finally get started with some CSS, right? So remember, there were three ways of writing CSS, and the first one was inline CSS. So let me start by showing you how inline CSS works. And inline CSS is basically just writing the CSS code inside, essentially, of the element. So let's say that we wanted to style this text here blue, so this H1. We could declare the style attribute like this, and then inside of this HTML element and inside of this HTML file, we would then start writing our CSS. So we can say color and then set it to blue. If I give it a save, then you see that it turned actually blue. So this worked, right? However, inline styles should usually never be used. Okay, I'm just showing this to you so that if in some case you see this here on some other code and some other web page, then you know what it is. But you should not use it when you code on your own. So when you build your own web pages or websites, then don't do this, okay? And so let's now move on to the second way of writing CSS, which is called internal CSS. So with internal CSS, we come here to the head, and then we declare a style element. So style, and then we can write our CSS right here into this style element. So basically this entire page is HTML, but everything that is inside this style element that needs to be inside of the head will be CSS. And so now let's write something very similar to what we wrote by the end of the last video. So remember that we always need to start with a selector, because in this case we are not going to write the code directly on the H1 element. And so our CSS needs a way of knowing what element we actually want to style, right? So we can select it like this, and then we start our declaration block. And again, that is what we talked about by the end of the last lecture. And so now here we can write a style. So a declaration, which is just a property, in this case the color property, and then we specify the blue value for it. And if we now save it and reload, then you see that once again the code turned blue here. So this entire text just became blue. Great. So this is already a huge step forward, because now we decoupled the style, which is all of this here, from the actual HTML element. So before, as we had the style here, then the CSS and the HTML were kind of entangled. And that is never a good thing in programming. And so we want to keep these things in separate places. We also call it the separation of concerns. And so now we have our style here, so everything up in the head, and the elements down here separated. However, if we have a lot of CSS code, then that is also not really practical. So imagine we have like 500 lines of CSS code, and that is actually not uncommon. And so in that case, that would bloat our HTML file, and it would be very hard to navigate it. And so therefore, we can separate things even more by putting all of our CSS code into a special CSS file. So let's do that. So we click here again on New File, and this one here can have any name, but I like to call it style.css. Okay, so in HTML, the first page should usually always be called index.html. That's really a convention. But for the CSS file, you can give it any name that you want. But again, I like to call it style.css. Okay, and so this is what we now call external CSS, because we will move now this declaration block, or this rule actually, into a completely different file. And so this CSS is now external to the HTML. Okay, so we have our style here, and now we no longer need the style in here. Now, maybe you noticed that as I saved this, the blue color is actually gone. So why do you think that is happening? So why is this text no longer blue, even though we have the exact same code here as we had before? Well, the reason is that HTML right now has no way of knowing that we actually do have a CSS file. Or in other words, the HTML file and the CSS file do not automatically get linked. So what we need to do is to tell our HTML file that there is a CSS file that we want to use to style the HTML. So we need to link them together, basically. And we do that once again here in the HTML head, because that is exactly where all the information about the page goes. And for that, we use the link element. So that's yet another new element. And the link element is actually quite confusing for beginners, because many people, when they start out, might think that the link element is actually to create hyperlinks like here. But that is, of course, not the case. So as you know already, to create hyperlinks, we use the anchor tag, so not the link tag. So the link element really only has the only purpose of connecting the HTML to a CSS file. So here we specify href once again. And then here we need the path to the CSS file. And so in that case, this is just style.css. Then here it is also good to specify the rel property and tell the HTML ahead of time that this is a style sheet. And now when I save this again, watch what happens. And nice, our text here is blue again. And so now we successfully connected our CSS file right here to our HTML file. So this is now external CSS, and it is what we will use throughout the rest of the course. And it's also what I advise you to do for whenever you build your own web pages. However, internal CSS also sometimes has its place, especially when you just want to build something small and fast and want to do everything in the same file. Then it is perfectly acceptable to create internal CSS using the style element, remember? So just like this. But inline CSS, which is what I showed you in the very beginning, so adding the style right here using the style attribute, that is usually not a good practice. And so it's not a good idea to do that. All right, and with this now in place, we are ready to start learning our very first couple of CSS properties for styling text. And so that is going to be the subject of our next lecture. In this lecture, we will learn about 6 properties to style text with CSS. And let's just quickly recap what we did in the last lecture. So we are writing external CSS in this CSS file, and the CSS file is always composed of multiple CSS rules. So right now we only have one CSS rule, but of course we will now start adding more of them. Now a CSS rule always starts with a selector. So in this case, we are selecting the h1 element. But if there were more h1 elements, then the selector would actually select all of them. Then we have this declaration block here, into which we can write one or more declarations like this one. And each declaration has this property name, so in this case the color, and then the value that we specify for that property, which in this case is this keyword of blue. Okay, and so now we will start adding some more properties here. And the first one that I want to use is the font size. So here we can basically specify the size of the text. And each property can take different types of values, such as length or keywords. So you see that here in the color, the value is a keyword. But now here in the font size, we actually need a length. So basically the size of the text in this case. Now we can specify length using different units in CSS, but don't worry about that for now. So for now we will simply use the very simplest one, which is pixels on your screen. So we can specify the font size, for example, to 26 pixels, then add a semicolon here. And so now the text on the screen will be exactly 26 pixels of your physical screen. So if I give this a save now, then you see that the text here decreased. And just remember that in case it didn't update on your computer and you are successfully connected to the live server, as you can see down here, then just manually reload the page here once, and then in the successful updates here of the code, it will then automatically reload your page. But anyway, let's now start adding the next property, which is the font family. And so here you can specify basically different fonts for your text. So just like you can specify a font in something like a Word document or a Google Page document, you can do the same in CSS. However, what's different in the case of CSS is that you cannot simply use a font family that you have installed on your computer, because that wouldn't then work for all the users that are going to visit your page in the future unless they also have that font installed on the computer, right? So there is a solution for that that we will talk about later, but for now we will simply not actually specify a real font family, but instead just use the keyword that we want the browser to use any font size that is a sans serif. And sans serif, we will also learn a little bit later what that actually means, so in the design section of this course. But if we give this now a save, you see that this font here changed completely, right? So now it looks more clean. But what matters is that now as we update our page, in fact, the font family here of this heading now looks very different, right? So it no longer has these serifs, which are like these small things here at the end of the letters. And again, later in the design section, we will then learn how we can specify specific font families for our pages. But now let's take a look at our next property here for text, which is text transform. And so with text transform, we can basically turn a text uppercase. So you can see one more time that VS Code gives us a lot of suggestions here. So this whole list, and so the most used one here is actually uppercase. So uppercase like this, and the result is exactly what you would expect. So all the text simply turned uppercase. So this is a simple one. And now let's try another one, which is called font style. And here again, you see these options, and the most used one in this case is to set some text to italic. So let's check that out. And indeed, that is just what happened. So the text turned italic as expected. Great. So we already covered 4 properties and some of its possible values here. So we're making good progress. And of course, as I mentioned before, you do not have to start memorizing these properties here now. You will get used to them over time as you start using them more and more. And let's actually get rid of this one here, because we will actually talk about colors a little bit later. Okay, so let's now go to our next headings. So let's now style our H2 element. So that is this basically main heading of this article. And so we can use the properties that we already learned. And so if you keep typing these property names, they will start getting into your brain. So this one, let's actually make it even bigger than the H1. So really big, like 40 pixels. And that's no problem at all. So just because the H1 is the main heading of the page, it doesn't mean that it also needs to be the biggest one. So being the H1 is really all about semantics, not only about what it looks like. So we have a nice big text, and now let's just make it also a sans serif. So giving it this modern look and feel. So the sans serif keyword, and here we go. Next up, let's style our paragraphs. And so as I mentioned before, by selecting the P element like this, this will actually select all the P elements that are on our page. So this paragraph here, and this, and really all the ones that we have here on the page. Okay. So let's give it again a font size, let's say of 22 pixels. And for now, all of these length here, so all of these numbers that I've been using are kind of random. But later we will also learn how we can use a system so that we can basically automatically figure out which font sizes we should use. Okay, now I also want to change the font family again. And once again, using sans serif. And nice. That looks very nice already. And if we compare it with our demo, then we can see that we start getting closer to our demo page. So what we want to achieve in the end. There is actually just one more thing that I want to change here in the paragraphs, which is to specify yet another new property, which is the line height. So I will first actually specify it, and then you will see the difference in the text. So here we actually use a value without a unit. So in this case, this 1.5 simply means that the line height will be 1.5 times the font size. All right, so by default, the line height is simply 1. But now if we set it to 1.5, then you should see the space between the lines here increase. It's between here and here and here. So look closely at that as I now click here to reload the page. And you see that really changed. Right? And we could set it even higher, of course. And then we would get even more space. But that looks already a bit too much. So let's go back to 1.5 like this. Now, by the way, something quite interesting happened here that maybe you noticed. So remember how inside of these paragraphs that we just styled, we have different elements such as this italic text, which is an EM element, remember? So here in this paragraph, for example, we have the EM element, or here in this paragraph, we have the strong element, right? Or down here we have the anchor. So this element right here. And as you can see, these elements here on the page, so for example, this anchor here somehow got the same font size and the same font family as the P element, even though we did not specify these styles for the link anywhere. So we didn't specify the font size and the family and the line height, not for the anchor, not for strong text, or not for strong elements, and also not for the EM element, right? But still, they got these styles applied to them somehow, right? And the reason for this is a very important mechanism called inheritance. Now, this is a little bit complex to understand, and so we will have a whole lecture on inheritance a little bit later. But still, I wanted to already show you this effect in action here at this point. But anyway, let's now keep styling or reminding elements. So starting with H3, and let's put that here after the H2 to group our rules here in a logical way. So the font size in this one, let's make it like 30 pixels. So that's going to be this one here, exactly, and this one. So again, we have multiple H3 elements, and so by using the H3 selector here, we will select all of them. Now just the font family again, and setting it to sans serif. All right, and now finally we have the H4 heading. So that's this one here. So let's again set the font size and the font family. So 20 pixels. And here's sans serif. And actually, let's also turn the text uppercase here. So, and remember how we use the text transform property for that. We set it to uppercase like this. Nice. And now there is just one final property that I want to show you to basically style text, which is that we can also align text. So again, a little bit like we can do in Microsoft Word or in Google Pages or something like that. And so for that, we use the text align property. And again, you can see the options here. So one interesting one that we can use is to align the text to the center. And so guess what will happen now when I save it? Well, we need to go down here again. And you see that now it is in the center of the page. And technically it is in the center of its parent element, but that parent element basically occupies this entire page. And so therefore it is now at the center of the page. All right. And so now the only thing that we are missing is these list items here. So all of these 5 and these 3, and also these anchors. So the links. But we will style the links a little bit later because there are some special cases for links. So let's just finish this video by styling these li elements. All right. Let's do that down here. And notice how we do not style the OL element and the UL element that are the parent elements of the list items. Okay. So remember that the list itself is an OL or it is a UL, but we do actually style the LI elements. Okay, and so again, let's set the font family to something. So to sans serif, actually. Give it a save. And we also want to change the font size one more time. So by default, we get this font size that we see here, which is usually 16 pixels by default. Okay, so that's an important thing that we also need to know a little bit later. So take note of that. But of course, we want to make it a little bit bigger. So we have our paragraphs at 22 pixels. So let's actually make this a little bit smaller. So let's say at 20 pixels. And that's it. Beautiful. So we finished the basic styling of our text of our page, and we learned about 6 new CSS properties along the way. So take some time to review what we just did, and then let's move on to the next lecture where we will learn a little bit more about selectors. Let's now make the CSS code that we just wrote a little bit better by combining some of the selectors. So you might have noticed that we applied the exact same font family to all of our elements here, right? So all these 6 CSS rules that we have here, all of them have font style, or actually have font family set to sans serif, right? And you see that VS Code actually highlights these occurrences here in all of the rules. So doing that is a little bit repetitive, right? And it's also not a good practice, because let's say that all of a sudden we wanted to change the font family to something else. Then we would have to go through all of these different rules and set the font family then to something else there. So instead, what we can do is to create a list of selectors in order to select multiple elements and then apply this font family to that list, essentially. So let me show you how we can do that. And let's do it first here, actually. So what we want to do is to select the H1 element and the H2 element and the H3 element. And so as you see, the way we write that is by using these commas. Okay. So again, here we are going to select the H1 elements and the H2 elements and the H3 elements and the H4 elements and the P's and also all the LI elements. Okay, and now we can grab this text here and cut it and paste it here. And now we can remove it from all of these other selectors. All right, And if I give it a save now, the page should basically look exactly the same. And it does. Okay, now prettier formatted or CSS code here like this. So having one element for each line. And so this is a bit easier to read. And so now if we wanted to change the font family, let's say to serif, which is actually the default. So if I save this now, then you see that all of the elements changed at once, right? So all of them now have the serif text. Then of course, if we set it back here, then all of them will change, right? So now we have serif text everywhere. Well, actually, except for in the footer. So that's something that we need to fix. And to make it easier here, let's actually simply wrap this text here inside a paragraph. So let's come here to our HTML. So this is really important that you do this. And so create a new element here, and it automatically closed it. So let's just then grab this text and paste it here. And you see that now this paragraph looks just like all the others. Okay, so don't skip this step. Please do this because we will now need it for another example. And in fact, let's look at that example right away. So the size of our paragraphs is 22 pixels. And so of course, now the paragraph that's in the footer, so this one, is also 22 pixels. However, the text that's in the footer is usually a lot smaller than the rest of the text, because this is just some secondary information that is not really important. And so therefore, we should actually make this text in this paragraph here smaller than the text in the other paragraphs. And one way in which we can do this is to combine selectors in another way. So just to recap, here we combined these 6 selectors into one list. So we say that the selector here is now a list selector. So this here is still one selector, but it is a list selector. Okay, so this is one way of combining selectors, but now I will give you another way of combining selectors. And the goal of that is, as we just discussed, to decrease the font size in here. So we will now use the so-called descendant selector, which is to write something like this. So we select the footer element, then a space, and then the P selector. And so what this will do is it will select all the P elements that are inside of footer elements. And so that's why this is called the descendant selector, because the P element is a child element of the footer in our HTML. And so therefore, this selector here will then select all of these paragraphs that are children of footer elements. And so if we now set the font size here to something smaller, let's say 16 pixels, then you see that all the other P's, they are still normal, but in fact, this paragraph that is inside the footer is now only 16 pixels small. And hopefully you can see how useful the descendant selector like this here is. So actually use this all the time. However, in this case, this actually isn't very robust because like this, the selector basically reflects the HTML structure, which can lead to problems. And to show that to you, let's write another descendant selector. So in this case, let's say that we want to select this paragraph here that's inside of the header. So remember that we have a header here in the article. So this one here, and we have a P. So let's say we wanted to style that italic. So make the text italic. And so using what we just learned, we could say header, and then the P that is inside there, and then say font style and set it to italic. Okay, so this worked just fine. But now imagine that for some reason we also added a paragraph to this header element that is up here in the page. So let's try that. And remember that here we have another header, right? So as I was just saying, let's add a P here, test paragraph. And you see that this one is now also italic. However, what we wanted was only this paragraph here to be italic and not this one, right? So we need to solve this somehow, and actually we can solve it. It is not too hard. Well, at least in this case, because this header here is inside of the article and this one is not, right? And so we can actually create a nested descendant selector. So we can have a descendant inside a descendant. So what I mean is basically writing this. So we only want the paragraphs that are inside of headers, which are inside of articles, to be italic. So let's give it a save. And now only this one is italic and this one here not anymore. So this actually works, but we are now even more encoding the HTML structure into our CSS selectors. And that can make our code hard to maintain in the future if we ever change our HTML. And so that's not a good idea. So if we think about this, wouldn't it actually be a lot better if we had a way to basically give some elements names and then use these names to select them? Well, we actually can do that, and it is exactly the subject of the next lecture. So let's go there right now. At the end of the previous lecture, we discussed how it would be nice to be able to name some elements and then use those names to select them in CSS. And so in this video, we will learn to do exactly that using classes and IDs. So remember how in the last lecture, we wanted to style only this text here as italic, so this paragraph that is inside this header, but not this other paragraph that is also inside of a header. So we came up with the solution of selecting only the paragraphs inside of headers that are inside of articles. Remember that? The problem with this is that this essentially encodes the HTML structure into our CSS selector, and that is not a good idea. And so instead, we will now basically name this element here with something called an ID, and so with that, we can then avoid writing a big and a long selector like this. So let's go here, and the paragraph in question is this one here. And so now we can specify a special attribute called an ID. So the attribute is called ID, and now let's simply call this one author. So remember this name here, author. And so now this element here, this paragraph, is basically called author. And so now in our CSS, we can use the hash selector. So this one, which is in fact the ID selector. So hash, and now the name of the ID that we just specified. And now here we can one more time set the font style to italic. All right. And now we can get rid of this code here because it's no longer necessary. Now, instead of deleting this code, I actually want to keep it here. And so we can do something similar as we did in HTML, where we wrote comments. Remember that? So here we wrote some HTML comments to keep this code here without being actually active, right? And so in HTML, we can do the same. It just works in a different way. So in CSS, we write the slash, then the star, and then from this place on, everything else will be a comment. So we need to close this comment because, of course, we want this code to be active. And so we write now the opposite. So star and slash. So now only this is gray, and so only this is a comment. So if I save this now, then you see that in fact, only this text, so only this paragraph is italic and not this one. Let's actually add another style here, so another declaration, and let's set the font size to 18 pixels. So make it a bit smaller, because remember how the other paragraphs are 22 pixels big. And indeed, this one here got smaller, and all the other paragraphs, including of course this one here, stayed the same. Now let's do something similar to the copyright text here. So this one, and with that we will then replace this CSS rule right here. So we can again comment it out the way I just did it, but let me actually show you a nice VS Code trick. So in order to comment a code that you previously selected like this, all you have to do is to hit Command or Control/. So I will do that now. And so you see that it automatically added these comments here, right? And if I then hit Command or Control on Windows +/ again, then it turns the comment back off. So I can go back and forth between these two modes. So if we reload this now, of course, it will be back to 22 pixels. And so let's go to our HTML and give this one a name. So a name using the ID attribute. So ID, let's say copyright. Let's then select this text, copy it, and just paste it here. And remember, we use the ID selector like this, plus the name that we just specified. And let's go back to a font size of 16 pixels. And here it is. So it worked once again. Now, besides the ID, there's actually another way of giving elements names, which is by using the class instead of an ID. So we specified the ID attribute here to give this element a name, but we could also have used the class attribute. Now, the big difference between IDs and classes is that we are not allowed to repeat ID names. Or in other words, we can only use each ID name only once. So it would not be allowed to now add an ID of copyright to something else. So I could not, for example, now go here and add the ID of copyright. So this would actually be invalid HTML. So we are not allowed to do that. And so if we need to reuse a name multiple times, then we need to use classes for that. Okay. So let me show you an example of using classes. And so what I want to do now is to style these authors here of these 3 related posts in a different way. So basically that's this P element here, and this one, and this one. And so again, I can now not use the ID of, say, related author. So instead, I need to use the class attribute, and let's call it related-author. So in CSS, it is a convention that if we have a class or an ID name with multiple words, we separate these words by dashes like this. You could also use underscores, for example, so that's also valid, but it's just a convention in CSS to always use dashes like this. Okay. So anyway, let's now grab this here and paste it to all these paragraphs. So related author 3 times. And so now let's go to our CSS and style all the elements that have this class. So for the IDs, we used the hash to select them. And for classes, we use the dot. So this is the class selector. Okay. So related author. And let's say that here we want the font size to be 18 pixels, let's say. And let's also specify a new text property that we didn't learn before, which is the font weight. So this one we can use to make text bold, for example. So as you saw maybe here, there are multiple options. We can use some numbers, but we will use that later. For now, let's just use a keyword, which is bold. So let's save it to see the results. And indeed, now only these 3 paragraphs are different. So they are bold and they are smaller than all the other paragraphs. So of course, in the HTML, they are still paragraphs, but now they got these additional styles here, right? Now, maybe you are wondering something here now, which is that we are now, in fact, selecting these paragraphs multiple times, right? So we are selecting this paragraph here, in fact, right? But we are also selecting it here, and we are selecting it actually also up here. So 3 times now we selected this paragraph. So you might be thinking which one of these gets applied actually. So isn't this like some kind of conflict? Well, the short answer is that actually all of these selectors do apply. So all of these 3 rules of the 3 selectors do in fact apply. But I will explain more about how all of this works and why it works this way in an extra video, because this is something really important that you will need to understand in order to master CSS. And so this topic deserves a special lecture on itself, which will be a bit later in this section. But now, moving forward here, let me now actually give you a small challenge. So what I want to do is to remove the bullet points of only this list here. So remember that we created a list for this. And so, of course, this one has bullet points right now. So I want you to select only this list here, only this element, and remove its bullet points. Now, we never removed any bullet points. So let me show you how it works. And for that, I will now, in fact, select all the unordered lists. So here we use the property list style and set it to the keyword of none. Okay. So the bullet points disappeared from this one, but also from this one. And so, as I said, I want you to now select only this element here and then remove the bullet points in there. And I want you to do this by using a class called related. Okay. So let me comment this one here. And so, yeah, create a class on this element, on this list here, and then remove the bullet points from this one. And I will see you back here in a minute once you are done. Okay, so let's start by going to the HTML. And then, of course, this here is the UL that we want to select. And remember how I wanted you to use a class, and I will explain a bit later why. So we used a class here called related. And now we go to our CSS and select this element with the class that we just named. So of course, using the class selector like this. And now only on this one, we say that the list style should be none. Give it a save. And so this one still has the bullet points and this one doesn't. Great. So we did this because we don't want this list here to actually look like a list. It should only semantically be a list of related posts. But anyway, let's now go back to our HTML and talk a little bit about why we used a class and not an ID. Because in fact, there's only one list element of related posts, right? So we could easily have called this an ID, right? Because remember that the IDs are for names that are only used once, while classes are used when we want to give multiple elements the same name. So when we want to style multiple elements the same way in CSS. So knowing about that, why did I tell you to use a class and not an ID? Well, the reason for that is that usually in the real world, we never use IDs. We always use classes because by using classes, we are prepared for the future. So imagine that we used, in fact, an ID of related, but then at some point later, somewhere on the page, we wanted to add another list of related posts. Maybe we wanted one in the sidebar and we wanted one in the footer. So imagining a more complex layout. That would completely be possible, right? But then if we had used an ID of related in the beginning, we would now have to go back and change that ID to a class so that we could now add another list of related posts. And so that would be a source of error if we, for some reason, forgot that. And we would also have to go to our CSS and change that there. So if first it was an ID of related, we would now have to come back here and change it to a dot, so to the class selector. And while this doesn't seem to be a big problem, it can actually lead to bugs, so to errors in the code if we have a really big project. And so by default, we simply avoid this potential problem by simply always using classes. Okay? Now I will still keep this ID here for you. So this ID of copyright and this ID of author, just so you also know how to work with IDs. But in the future, I will actually no longer use IDs because, as I just said, in the real world, we simply always use classes, even if we only use the class name once. Because by doing that, we are making our code ready for the future and ready for potential changes. Okay, so I hope that made sense, and you can now go ahead if you want and name some more elements and style them in different ways if you feel like it. So basically to practice this a little bit. And then if you'd like, you can come with me to the next video where we will start working with colors. Welcome back. In this lecture, we will learn how to work with colors in CSS. However, before we can actually go back to our CSS, we first need to learn a little bit about the theory of how to represent colors using code. Now, there are many ways of representing colors in computers and basically in writing code, but one of the more traditional models is the RGB model. So in the RGB model, every single color can be represented by any combination of red, green, and blue colors. So that looks something like this. And maybe you have already seen a diagram like this somewhere in school or something like that. So anyway, in order to actually represent a certain color, we need to give each of the three base colors any value between 0 and 255. And so with that, we can define a total of 16.8 million different colors. So let's understand this a little bit using our diagram here. And starting with the pure red color, of course, in this channel, red is at the complete maximum, which is 255, and the other two channels, so the other two base colors, are at 0. So there's no green whatsoever and no blue whatsoever. And so this is why this is pure red. So again, the red channel is at the maximum value and all the other ones are at 0. And the same, of course, for blue and for green. So in blue, the blue channel is at the maximum of 255 and the other ones at 0. And in green, basically the same happens for green. Next up, we have white. And in white, we have all the three colors at the maximum of 255. So basically having all the colors at maximum gives us a complete white, while at the other end of the spectrum, when we have all the colors at 0, we get a complete black color. Finally, the other three colors that we have here are a mix of the other two colors that they are made of. So you see that this magenta here is red and blue at the maximum and no green at all. Then we have this, I think is called cyan or cyan color, which has red at 0 and G and B at its maximum. And finally, yellow has blue at 0 and the other two at 255. Great. So I hope that this makes sense. And now that we have a very basic understanding of how the RGB model works, let's actually see how we can represent or how we can define colors in CSS. So in CSS, we have two ways of writing colors using the RGB model. And those are the RGB notation and the hexadecimal notation. So by using the RGB notation, all we do is to use this RGB function in CSS, and then we simply specify the values for each of the three color channels, red, green, and blue. So for example, if we set green and blue to the maximum values, then we get this cyan color, just as we saw in the last slide. Another example, which is a lot more real world, is this orange color right here. So here the numbers for each channel look a little bit more random. And so this is how we get a real looking color using CSS and using the RGB notation. Then besides the normal RGB function, there is also RGB with transparency. And transparency is also called alpha. And so that's why this function is called RGBA. So here we can specify a fourth value, which in this case is this 0.3, and this will then give this color a transparency, as we can see here. Looking at this other example, if we, for example, define an alpha value of 0.7, then we see that this color is actually transparent as visible when we put it on top of another color like this green square. Now, of course, we don't have to manually come up with these numbers for these colors, okay? So we don't have to manually write 244, 179, 63 in order to get this orange. So usually we just copy a certain color from somewhere, or we can also generate it with a color picker in VS Code. And so that will then automatically give us these numbers. But all this is still very important so that you know what these numbers actually mean. Okay, but moving on, let's now talk about the hexadecimal notation, which is actually a bit more used in CSS. So here in the hexadecimal notation, we don't use a scale from 0 to 255, but instead we use a scale from 0 to FF. And FF is basically the same as 255, but in a hexadecimal scale. And we don't need to go into what that actually means, but basically hexadecimal numbers do not go from 0 to 9, but from 0 to 15. So there are 16 different numbers and not just 10. And the last one is the F. And so that's why FF here means 255. Now, translating that to CSS, we write hexadecimal notation like this, with the hash, then the value for red, green, and blue, just as I have it here on the screen. And so this then gives us, of course, the exact same number as with the RGB notation. And the same can, of course, be done with this orange example color that I have down here. So we can represent this using F4B33F. And again, this looks kind of random, and so we usually just copy this from the color picker in VS Code. Now, in hexadecimal notation, there's also something called the shorthand, which we can use when all the colors are identical pairs. So in our cyan color here, we have 2 zeros, 2 Fs, and again 2 Fs. And so we can abbreviate that into our shorthand, writing 0FF. All right. And now a little bit about how we actually do things in practice in the real world. So in practice, we mostly use the hexadecimal notation. And then if we need transparency, we use the RGBA function. So as you see here on the left side with the alpha value. Finally, just something about grays, which are a special kind of color that we need all the time in CSS. So basically, in the RGB model, when the three colors in the three channels are exactly the same, what we get is a gray color. So at both extremes of the spectrum, when all of the values are 0, we get complete black, and when all of them are at maximum, so at 205 or at FF, then we get white. But of course, there are many other gray colors in between that we can use. And to be precise, there are exactly 256 pure grays to choose from. And one of them is this one, for example. So where red, green, and blue are all at 69. So this gives us this nice gray color, which has the hexadecimal code of 444444, which in the shorthand notation can be written as just 444. So this one I like to use a lot for text color. And of course, let's take a look at another example. And this one has all the values at 183, and it can be represented as B7, B7, B7. So in the hexadecimal notation, you will see once again that the three pairs here are exactly the same. And so this is the signal that we have, in fact, a gray color. Okay, so now that we know a little bit about the theory of color in code, and in CSS code in particular, let's now quickly learn a couple of CSS properties where we can actually use colors in practice. And the most simple CSS property that requires a color value is simply the color property, which we actually already used before. So let's say that we want this H1 here to have a different color. So let's say color, and then I will just specify some blue color here. 10, 98, and AD. And so this gives us this nice blue color. So as we just learned, we have 10 or 10 in the red channel, 98 in the green channel, and AD in the blue channel. Now, as I mentioned before, we usually use the VS Code color picker. So we get that by simply hovering over a color, and then from here we can choose like any color that we want. Right? So we can change the color here to something else. So this shade of gray, and then in there we can basically define how dark that gray should be. Also, if we click here at the top, so in this value here, that will change the notation. So now we have this HSL, which we actually didn't talk about. But then if we click again, we got the RGB. And so this is exactly the same color as before, but using the RGB function, right? So let me save it. And now you see that we have this green color. So if we hover it again, we get back to the color picker. And now this one here is actually the slider for the alpha value. So if we start dragging it down, then you see that automatically it gets changed to RGBA. Okay. And then here we can, as I mentioned, define the alpha value. So it actually already got saved. And you see that now the color is kind of transparent, right? And if we push it even down close to 0, then now it's almost completely faded out. All right. So this is how we work with the color picker. But now let's actually go back to the color that we had. So 1098 AD. All right. Actually, another nice trick that I wanted to show you. So if you just want the color picker, you can just specify any color first. For example, white by using FFF. And then you just hover the color and then you get to the color picker. All right, so if you wanted, for example, this pink, you can choose that here, maybe with some alpha, and there you go. And now it applied this pink color, because when we have two same definitions, it will simply use the last one. But again, more about that a bit later. So let's get rid of that. And now we actually also want the H2 and the H3 with the exact same color. So this one and this one. So how should we do that? Should we simply copy this property here, so this declaration, and then paste it here and here? Well, not really, right? Because then we would have the exact same code in multiple places. And that is never a good idea, because imagine that then we wanted to change the color, for example, to orange. Then we would have to go through all the 3 color definitions and change them there. So change them one by one. And of course, that's not what we want. So instead, we can define a list of selectors just like we did here. But now only with the ones that we want the blue color to apply to. So that's H1, H2, H3. And now let's simply grab that and paste it here, give it a save, and there you go. So now the H1, H2, and H3 have this blue color. And now, as you also might have noticed one more time, we have now yet another selector that is applying to the H1. So we have this one, and this one, and this one. And in fact, all the styles of all of them are now applying to this element. Next up, let's also define a color for the rest of the text. So right now, the rest of the text is completely black, but let's use that gray color that I showed you in one of the slides. And actually, let's do that here. So we want this text to apply to everything, basically, even these here, and the color will then get overwritten later. And again, we will learn about why and how that works in a separate lecture. So remember, for a gray color, it needs to have the same values in all 3 channels. And so let's say 44, 44, 44, like this. And if you remember the shorthand, then we can abbreviate this even more, because each of the pairs is the same value. It's always just 44. And so we can make this even shorter, just like this. Give it a save. And now indeed, all of this text here is this gray color, except for the H1, 2, and 3, which are overwritten here a little bit later. Great. So let's now talk about another CSS property that can accept a color value, and that is the background color property. So let's now give our main page header a slight gray background color to distinguish it a bit from the rest of the content. So how could we do that? Let's come all the way down here. And the first thing that comes to mind is to simply select header like this, right? And so here is that new property called background color. And here let's use another nice gray color, which is F7, F7, F7. So again, you can see that the colors in the 3 colors, so the 3 main RGB channels, are exactly the same. And by the way, here in the color picker, no matter what color you're in, here in this color slider, here on the left, there's always this shade of grays. So if you start here from the top, you see the white that I showed you in the slide, and at the very top, you get then to black. Okay, so you can always get a gray color if you move the slider here at the very extreme of this left side here. But now let's go to F7, F7, which is a color which is nice to memorize and nice to use. So a very subtle gray. Maybe you cannot even see it here, but hopefully you will see it on your screen. Now the problem here is that not only our page header got the gray color, but also this other header. So maybe you could see that coming. And so the solution to that is to give this header a name and then style only this header. Now there's only this one header that we want to style, and so we could use an ID here, but given what I explained in the last lecture, let's not do that, and let's simply use a class. Let's call it main header. Let me copy it and replace this header with the main header class. And indeed, now only this one here got this gray color. Let's just get rid of this test. And here we go. Nice. And if you can't really see this background color, then just use your color picker to just use some other shade of gray. All right. And this video is already running quite long, but let's still talk about another property here, which is about borders. So what I want to do next is to add some border to these related posts here. So basically to make them now look something like this. All right, so we have at the bottom and at the top here, this blue border. So that's not hard to do at all. So let's just see what's the element here. And it is this aside. So let's just select it here using this element selector. So element selector is basically when we simply use the name of the element to select it. Okay, so this here is the class selector with the dot. This is the ID selector with the hash. And when we simply use the name of the element, we call that the element selector. Now let's start by actually giving it the same background color. So background color, and then we use the one that we used before. And VS Code is actually very helpful here because it scans the CSS document for the files that we're already using so that we can very easily use the same ones. And then here, let's now talk about the border. So border, and now this property is actually a special property because it accepts multiple values. So let's define the width of the border as 5 pixels, the style of the border as solid, and then the color of the border as that color that we already used before. So this blue. Okay, let's just give it a save, and then I will explain a little bit more why it works this way. And indeed, here is our blue border. Beautiful. So going back here to this border property, this is actually a special kind of property. So it's called a shorthand property because we can just use one property for defining 3 different properties. So we could also individually style the border width, border style, and border color properties. But usually we do it all in one run and simply define everything at the same time. Now here you can define a lot of different keywords. For example, dotted is always a possibility. So this will look something like this. You can use dashed as well, which will look like this. But usually I never use those. I always go for solid. Okay. So this it gives us the entire border around the entire element. However, we only want the border at the top and the bottom. And so instead of defining the border property like this, there are also special variants of this property. So we can also say border top. And so this, as you might expect, will only style the border at the top side of the element. So just like this. Okay, then let's select all of this and paste it here because we also want the border at the bottom. So easy enough, border bottom, give it a save, and here we go. And just for the sake of completeness, we can also say border left and border right. And so then we will be back to square one where we have the borders on all the 4 sides. And so, of course, this doesn't make sense. Then we would simply use the border property. These ones we don't want anyway. And so we are back to this result. All right. And this is how we work with colors in CSS. Now, let me just quickly mention that we can also use these predefined color names just as we did in the very beginning with the color of blue. So quickly show that to you. So let's say that we wanted to set a background color for the entire web page. So that's also possible simply by adding a style to the body. So we can just do background color like this. And here we can specify one of these names. So if I give it a save, then everything has this very beautiful blue color as the background. Except, of course, the elements that we specifically gave another background color, right? Or we could use something else. So usually, if you just start writing some color name, you will get a lot of suggestions here from VS Code, and then you can select one of them like this. Okay, but of course we don't want that, so let's just comment out this code by hitting Command or Control /, and then we are back to normal. Okay, and now just to consolidate this knowledge a little bit, I suggest you to experiment with these 3 properties that we just learned. For example, by adding some borders to some more elements, like some headings or some lists, and also changing some more text colors. And especially important would also be to play around with the color picker a little bit on your own. So just take 10 or 15 minutes to do that, and then I see you in the next video. Let's now learn about something called pseudo classes. Now, pseudo class sounds very strange, but is actually pretty straightforward. And as an example, let's try to style the first list elements different from the other ones. So we have this list here and this list. And so, as I just said, let's try to style the first element of each of the lists differently. For example, by making them bold. So this element and this element. Now, the straightforward way of doing this would be to add a class to each of them and then style them, right? So let's actually try that first example. So here is one list. So let's add a class of first li, and then let's do the same to the other lists that we have up here. And then back in our CSS, let's select all the elements with the first li class. And then remember, to make text bold, we use font weight set to bold. And indeed, here we are. So now this one is bold and this one, but we can actually do better than this. So instead of doing this manually, we can actually have CSS automatically figure out which is the first li element inside of a container. So let's actually do that. And I will still keep the classes in the HTML just so we keep it as a reference. But now let me show you how we can actually do it better. So we start by using li, which will basically select all the li elements, but then we use a pseudo class. And we start a pseudo class by writing a colon like this, and then the one that we're interested in here is called first dash child. And that's it. And now here we can say font weight and set it to bold. So let's see. And indeed it worked. Now they are back to being bold. So we basically changed our selector here and added a pseudo class to it. And what this first child pseudo class does is that it will select an li element, or actually it will select all the li elements that are the first child elements of its parent elements. And so that is exactly the case right here and right here. Right? So this li element here is the first child element of its parent. So in this case, the ol element. And therefore, this selector that we wrote here will target that element. And the exact same thing is true for this other list down here. Okay, so let's try another one. Again, li. And then we also have one called last child. And here let's make it italic. So font style and set it to italic. And indeed, now the last one became italic. So both here and both here. Because again, both of them are li elements that are now the last child inside of its parent container. Next up, we can actually also target a specific child. So for example, the third or the second child. So for that, we use the nth child pseudo class. And then here we actually need to write parentheses like this so we can specify which of the childs that we want. So let's say we want the second child to have a color of red. So using just a coded color name here, let's see. And indeed, here it is. Or if we tried the third one, then indeed it would be the third one here and here as well. And even better than that is that we can actually use some keywords here. So we can write odd, and now all the odd elements will be red. So element number 1, number 2, or actually number 3, and here it's element number 1, number 3, and number 5. And if there were more, then it would select number 7, 9, 11, and so on and so forth. And of course, if we can do odd, then we can also do even. So that will then select number 2, 4, 6, 8, and so on and so forth. So you see, number 2, and here 2 and 4, right? So this technique is quite useful, for example, to style tables, which oftentimes have like alternating background colors. So I'm sure you have seen that somewhere. And so it's very helpful for that, this technique here. Now let's actually comment out this property here, because we don't want our text here to be red actually in the final page. All right, so this was just to show you everything that we can do here. Now finally, let me clear up a common misconception that there is around these pseudo classes. So let's say that we wanted to select the first paragraph element that's inside of the article. So let's check that out here in our markup. So inside of the article, the first paragraph would basically be this one here, right? So let's see what we can do here. So what I just said is basically article and then P. So that's the descendant selector, right? So selecting a paragraph that's inside of the article and now selecting the very first of that. So first child. And now let's say we want the color to be red in this one. But as we reload this and check out our page, you see that nothing happened. So no paragraph actually turned red. So again, the misconception is that this selector here should have selected the first P element inside of the article. And so this would be this one, right? So as we just saw before, this paragraph is in fact the first paragraph inside of the article. However, this is not how the first child pseudo class actually works. Instead, what CSS will do is to select a P element that is actually the first child of the article. All right. So the P element is the first P element inside of the article, but it is not the first child of article. The first child of article is actually header, right? It is not a paragraph. And so therefore, this selector here does not work in the way that maybe we might think it would. So this would only work if a paragraph would actually be the first element of the article. So let's do that. So if we save now, then indeed we get some red paragraph. So now this paragraph is the first child of the article. And so therefore, now our selector applies. All right. Now let's see the end of our article. So it ends here. And we can see that a paragraph is actually the last child of the article element, right? And so what would work is this. So let's see our result. And indeed, now this text is red. And so it makes sense, right? Again, this worked because it is a p element inside of the article, and it is indeed the last child of that article. And so therefore, this selector then applied and did exactly what it should do. So basically what this means is that when we mix multiple elements inside of a parent element, then these pseudo-classes don't work really well. They are, however, perfect for situations like this one, where all the child elements are the same. So in a list like UL or OL, all the child elements are supposed to be LI, and so then this pseudo-class like first child, last child, or nth child work perfectly. Alright, and this is how you work with these pseudo-classes. Now, the pseudo-classes that we just learned about are all about matching the existing HTML structure. However, there are also other types of pseudo-classes, and so let's use some of them in the next video to finally style our hyperlinks. Alright, in this lecture we will learn how to style hyperlinks using pseudo-classes. But let's start by quickly fixing this red text here that we don't want. And actually what I will do here is to put this back to first child, which remember doesn't work, and then I will place a comment here using command or control slash, and then I will simply write that this is that misconception that we talked about in the last video. So this won't work. Okay, and so with this we are starting to document our code just a little bit. And so now I will actually add another comment here to say that here we will now be styling links or hyperlinks. Now we could think that this is how we style links. So we just write the A, so selecting all the anchor elements on the page, and then we could, for example, style their color. And let's say that we wanted to go with this same blue color here. And then as we reload it, actually these links look already nice. So this one turned blue, and these ones down here, and probably also these ones. Yeah, right. However, doing simply this is actually not a good practice. So we shouldn't simply select the anchor and then style it. Instead, we should style a pseudo class of the anchor, because that will then allow us to target different states. So the first one that we want to style is the link pseudo class. So this will basically target all the anchor elements that have an href attribute. Because remember that we can actually specify anchors, so A elements, without the href attribute. And so they would then be targeted with the code that we had before, even though they are not really a link. But with this, so by specifying the link pseudo class, this will then only target actual links. So if we reload, it still looks nice. Let me actually show that to you very quickly. So here, if we had the color of red, and if I then specified an A element somewhere here, a test A, so that's somewhere here. And so you see that this one is now actually red. And so that's coming from this style here, but not from this. And again, that's because this one only targets A element that do actually have an href attribute, which this one does not. So let's get rid of it, and also of this rule here. And yeah, so now you know that this is how it should be done. Let's actually keep looking at these links here. Now, another thing that's common to do when we style links is to get rid of the underline. So here is another CSS property to style text, which is text decoration, which we can set in this case to none. But there are a bunch of other values that I will show you in a second. But for now, we just want to get rid of the underline. And so in these situations, it's very common in multiple CSS properties to use the value of none. And indeed, now it's gone. And the same, of course, down here. Great. Next up, we have the visited pseudo class. So many sites actually display links differently if they have been clicked before. And one good example of that is Google. And in CSS, that would be really easy to do. All we had to do was to select the anchors with the visited pseudo class. So here we could then give them a different color, let's say like a light gray, something like this. Okay, but in practice, we never do that actually. So on normal pages, usually we always just give the visited links the same color as on the link pseudo class. So let's just do that and call it a day. And these two rules are actually now very similar. And so usually we actually group them together. But now let's not do that and keep everything just nicely separated just for the purpose of learning here. Anyway, let's now go to our next pseudo class for anchors, which is the most important one, I would say, and that is hover. So in the hover pseudo class, we can define any styles that we want to be applied to the anchor as soon as the element is hovered by the mouse. So for example, let's say that in this situation, we wanted to change the color to something like orange red, which is one of these color names that I actually like a little bit. And then let's say that we also wanted to change the font weight to bold. So kind of a bit of a crazy style here. And let's actually also bring back the underline. So text decoration. And this one is another one of these shorthand properties where we can define multiple values. So in this case, we can define the text decoration line, text decoration style, and text decoration color. We can say underline. Then we can define the style of the underline, which is very similar to the style of the border. So let's say dotted, for example. And then finally the color. So let's set it also to orange red. And let's see what now happens as we hover this link. And it worked. So the color changed, the font weight also changed, and also the text decoration. Let's try another one, like wavy, which is also fun. And that looks like this. So again, a little bit of a crazy style. And if we want it to be a bit less crazy, we can actually omit the second one, and CSS will then automatically figure out that the second one here is now the color. And so this looks a little bit more normal, right? And so let's keep it like this. Finally, we can also specify a fourth pseudo class. And this one is the active pseudo class. And this is the state in which we are actually clicking. So when we do actually click on a link, then the active pseudo class is added to the element, and we can then select that here like this. So just like we did with all these other four link states. So let's keep adding some crazy styles here, like setting the background color to black in those situations. And let's even make the font style italic. Okay, so that's it. And so the hover state looks the same, but now I'm going to click. And so this is what it looks like during the duration of the click. Now, if I move out here and let it go, then it goes back to the normal state. All right, and I think that's actually it. What matters here is that these 4 states are always defined in this exact order. So always link, visited, hover, and active. So that is, if it's easier to memorize for you, L, V, H, A. All right, but of course we will keep doing this a couple more times throughout the rest of the course, and then things will become even easier for you. And now, with this, we actually reached the end of the very basics of some simple visual styling with CSS. Now, there is of course a lot of other visual stuff, like border radius, shadows, gradients, background images, and more, but we will leave that for a bit later. But for now, we will leave it at this point. And this is already great progress. So congratulations for making it this far and for already having learned all of this CSS. Next up, we will learn something about the browser, so a very helpful tool, and then we will of course keep learning CSS fundamentals by learning some theory and then learn some more properties that are related to some other stuff. So every modern browser contains a set of tools which makes our lives as developers a lot easier. And we call these tools collectively developer tools, or for short, dev tools. And so in this lecture, let's learn how to use the Google Chrome dev tools. And let's give ourselves some more space here to start. And now there are 3 ways to open up the developer tools. So first, you can right-click anywhere on the page and then click Inspect or Inspect Element. So these are the dev tools, but let me first show you 2 other ways. The second way is to come here to the View menu, then Developer, and then here Developer Tools. All right. Or the third way is a shortcut on the keyboard, and that is Option Command or Option Control on Windows I. All right. And then we will want to come here to the very first tab, which says Elements. Just make this a bit bigger so you can actually see it. All right. So the first thing that we can see here in the Elements tab is the exact HTML that we wrote in our HTML document, right? So here we can open up each element by clicking on them, and then as we hover them, they actually get highlighted here on the page, which can be very helpful. So you see, for example, that our header is this entire box that we see highlighted here in blue, right? So that's this. Then the navigation is all this. And if we open it, then each of these links is just this very small box here. And they are sitting here side by side, as we can see, right? So that is the first thing that we can explore here. And then the second thing, and even more important, is the Style tab here on the left side. So here we can see all the styles that have been applied to a certain element. So let's go to the H1, for example, here. And then we can click it. And then here on the left side, all the styles that are currently applied to this element in our CSS file are displayed here. So we have this rule somewhere in our code, which sets the font to 26 and does all of this, right? Then we also have this rule somewhere which sets the color. And in fact, it is this one here, right? So this first one is this. Then here we get this one. And finally, there's also this one here, right? And so that is exactly this one. Okay. Now, maybe you had wondered before why the text here is actually bold in this H1 element. And the reason for that is basically the default style. So those default styles for the H1 are what are displayed here in this rule of the user agent style sheet. So that's just a fancy word for basically the default style. And down here, we can see that the font weight is set to bold by default. Okay, then this one here is something that we will learn about very soon. So don't worry about it for now. And then here, let's see, for example, these links. And so here is the code for them. So the CSS that we had applied to them already. So the color and the text decoration, right? But now what if we actually wanted to add some more styles here? So we could actually do that. So just for testing purposes, of course, we could now add a font size, let's say, of 30 pixels. And then immediately all the links on the page, so not just this one, but also this one and the other ones, all of them will now have the font size of 30 pixels. And to test that, we can then turn it on and off. And of course, we can also turn the other styles on and off simply by clicking here. All right. And of course, these values that we specify here, they will not affect the final website. So our code does not get changed if we do this. And we can prove that by very easily reload the page, and then everything is back to normal. All right. But let's actually explore links a little bit more, because there's something cool that we can do. So right now, there is only this CSS rule here applied. So only the one that has the link pseudo class. And that's because right now, the link is not being hovered or it's not active. And so therefore, the style for that does not apply. However, by clicking here, we can basically fake one of these states. So we can, for example, fake that the link is currently being hovered. So if we click here on hover, then you see that now this rule here is applying, because now A with the pseudo class hover does actually exist. So let's see that on the page, and the one that should have this state is the one that I actually have selected here. So this is the one that I selected, and so this is the one that now looks as if it is being hovered, even though it is not. And so this is great, so we can test our web page without actually having to manually go there and hover over the links. Okay, of course, we can do the same for this one here. And we could go ahead and search that here in the HTML tree, but I find it easier to simply right-click on the element that I want and then inspect. And so that then automatically moves there. So if I click on hover now, then it automatically becomes hover, even though it's not really. And the same, of course, for active, right? So it's active, but we also want it to look like it's hovered at the same time, because usually when it's active, it is also hovered. But anyway, what matters is that now we have all these rules here applying in this moment. All right, but now let's turn it off again. And yeah, I think that's actually all I had to show you at this point. So we're going to use the dev tools all the time throughout the rest of the course, because these are absolutely essential to create a website in an efficient way. So I was actually really excited when I found out myself about these tools, and I hope you like them as well, and that you maybe go ahead and experiment around a little bit with this now. So you can just click on any element that you'd like and experiment maybe a little bit with turning these styles on and off, maybe adding some other ones, and really analyzing a bit what happens here with all these different rules being applied. So have some fun with that, and I see you soon in the next video. Welcome back. Now, as we keep progressing through the CSS fundamentals section, there are a couple of fundamental and really important theoretical concepts that you really need to understand in order to eventually master CSS. Therefore, this section contains 5 theory lectures, and this one is the first one, and it's all about what happens when there are multiple CSS rules that apply to the same elements. So as we have written our code until this point, we have created a couple of situations in which multiple CSS selectors, and therefore multiple CSS rules, apply to the exact same element. And I call that conflicting selectors. And so let's now learn what happens in situations like that. So here is an example that is similar to the code that we wrote in our project. So it's the author paragraph that we have somewhere in the code. But here we have one ID called author text and one class called author. And then on the right side, we have three rules that are actually applied to this element. So as we can clearly see, all of these three different selectors, and therefore all of these three rules, all select the same element. And so now the big question is, which of these rules applies? Well, the answer to that is actually that all of them apply. So all rules and all the properties that are in the rules are applied to this element. However, if we take a close look, we can see that there are conflicting font size declarations, right? So in the first one, it says the font size should be 18, then 20 pixels, and then 22 pixels. So which of those is it gonna be? Will it be 18, 20, or 22 pixels? Well, let's learn what rules CSS applies in order to resolve conflicting declarations like this one. So when there are multiple declarations for the exact same element, such as we have here in our example, then what matters are the selectors. So the highest priority for now are the ID selectors. So that means if there is any ID selector, then that is the rule that is going to be applied. Now, if there are multiple ID selectors, then it is the last of those selectors that gets applied. Now, in reality, it is actually a bit more complicated than this. So there are a lot of concepts involved, such as the cascade and selector specificity, but you don't need to know about these details for now as a beginner. So I think that the amount of information that I will give you in this slide should be enough for you to resolve your own conflicts in your own CSS code. All right, but anyway, in case there is no ID selector, then the next in the priority is a class or a pseudo-class selector. And again, if there are multiple of one of those, then it is the last selector of those in the code that gets applied. Then the next is the element selector. So in case there is no ID selector or no class selector, then it is the element selector that gets applied. And again, if there are multiple, it is the last one of those. Finally, there's also something called the universal selector, but a bit more about that in the next lecture. What matters is that the universal selector is the one with the lowest priority of all. All right? But now, going back to our example and taking into consideration the rules that we have here, we should now be able to resolve the conflict that we have here. So we have a class selector, then we have an ID selector, and then we have an element selector, right? So based on the rules that we just learned here, it is the ID selector with the ID of author text that will decide the font size of this element. So for the conflicting font size property, it is this ID selector that actually gets applied. But keep in mind that the font style, font family, and the color from all the other selectors still applies, right? So that's what I mentioned in the last slide. So if we have multiple rules, so multiple selectors that select the same element, then all of those rules apply. So these rules here are only for resolving the conflicting properties, such as the font size in this case, because again, the font size is present in all the three rules that are applying right now to our author element. All right, And these are the most important rules that you need to know to resolve conflicting declarations. But just for the sake of completeness, there are actually things that have a higher priority than the ID selector. So one of those things is inline styles. So remember that we declare inline styles by using the style attribute in HTML. Now, since we shouldn't actually do this anyway, this is not really important. But you should still know that these styles actually have priority over the styles that are declared using an ID selector. Then, with the highest priority, we have declarations marked with the important keyword. And the important keyword is basically just a hack that you can use as a last resort to resolve conflicts in your CSS. But this should usually not be used. So as I mentioned, it should only be as a last resort. But what matters is that this really is the highest priority that can exist. Whenever we mark a declaration with important, it is the one that will be applied. Okay, and with all that being said, let's now jump back into our code and actually see this in practice. And let's create a very simple example with this paragraph that is in the footer. So right now here we have added the ID of copyright, but let's now also add a class to it. So just to create a kind of similar example to what we had in the slide. So here I'm adding a class of copyright. So a class can have the exact same name as the ID. That's not a problem at all. And now I will do something that we actually didn't do before, which is to add another class. So we can actually add multiple classes, and all we have to do is to just add a space. So I will also add the class of text. And so now this one has both the class of copyright and of text. All right, so we will be able to select the element using both of them. So let's try to do that here at the end. I will just add another comment here, resolving conflicts. So let's try to add some different colors to this text. So here I'm going to say copyright and set it to red. Then copyright the class, set it here to blue. Then the class of text, set it to yellow here. And finally, I'm also going to select it using elements. So I will use the descendant selector here, footer, and then P. So I will simply select the P element that's inside of the footer. But keep in mind that these are still elements. And so here I will apply the green color. So right now we have these 4 rules, and so these 4 selectors that are applying to that element. So which color do you think the text will have? Well, let's see. And indeed, it is red. And so that's because we have an ID selector here. And the ID selector has a higher priority than, for example, this one here, or this one, or this one, because these are class selectors and these are element selectors. Actually, VS Code helps us resolving this conflict, by the way. So if we hover over this, we have this hint which says selector specificity. And so there we have a 1 in the very first position. And here in the class, we have a 1 in the second position. And here in the element, we have a 2, but that doesn't matter. So it's just a number in the third position. And so the first position is the one that has the highest priority. The second has the second highest priority, and then the elements. Okay. Now, again, there are some more rules here. For example, the reason behind why there is a 2, but let's not focus on that for now. All right. What matters is that this is an ID, and therefore it is the red color that applies now. We can also see that here in the inspector, so in the DevTools. So if I inspect this element here, then you see that we need some more space here. But what you also see is that we have this copyright here. So that's this one. We also have this other one which comes from before for the font size. And so here now both of them apply. And then we also have these other three. So these three rules are also here. And you see that all of them here are basically crossed out, right? So they have this strike through, which means that they are not being applied. Okay. Now, what happened if this one here did not exist? So if we turned this one here off, basically, so that would be the same as deleting this code. And so what do you think would happen then? So in that case, we have two class selectors and one element selector. So try to make your guess, and then let's try to either remove this code or to uncheck this box. And yeah, the text turned yellow. And the reason for that is that now we have these two selectors with the same hierarchy, so with the same priority, and then in that situation, it is the last one that applies. And so that is this one. Right? Now, if we turn that one off, then of course it would be blue. And finally, only then, if none of these three existed, then the text would become green. So I hope that made sense. And let's actually analyze some more situations here. So for example, this element here, I think it has a class, or actually an ID. So yeah, it has an author ID, and of course it also has this element selector which applies to all the paragraphs. And so here we have the conflicting font size, and yeah, basically that's the example that we studied in the slide, right? So this one here is pretty obvious. Then let's check out this H1 here, because here we have a lot of rules that are applying. But in fact, they don't seem to be conflicting, or actually they are conflicting. So here the color is supposed to be this gray, and then here it is supposed to be this blue. So let's go up where this actually happens. And so, yeah, it is these three rules here that are applying, right? But all of them are only element selectors. So there's no IDs and no classes. And so therefore, the reason why the color is actually blue and not gray is because this selector here appears last in the code. If we put this one first, then you would see that the text would indeed become gray. Okay, but let's put that back. Okay, and now just one final example with the links. So let's move down here. And remember also how we said in the slide, how these pseudo classes actually also have priority over elements. And so even if we put like this here, so if we selected the anchors simply by doing this without any pseudo class, let's say color red once again, then the reason why this does not have any effect on the links is because this one has a higher priority because it does have the pseudo class in the selector, and this one does not, right? And so if we now select this here, then you will see that both of these rules do apply, but the color, as I just mentioned, will of course come from this one. And again, that's because this one here does have the pseudo class, while this one is very simply a element selector. Okay, and yeah, this is what you need to know for now. We will encounter some of these situations later on as we go through the course, and by then I will explain a little bit more about this. But for now, this is all I wanted you to know about this topic, which can be quite confusing for beginners when they start writing their own CSS code. and then the rules start conflicting, and then they do not really understand what is happening. So I think that this is important, and so hopefully you liked this video and found it useful. Oh, and just one final thing that I actually wanted to show you before I leave you with this is the important keyword. So remember how the important keyword makes a declaration more important, basically, than all the other ones. So let's come back down here, inspect it, and of course, as we already saw, this selector here, so this one, is the one with the lowest priority of all because it's just an element selector. But if we now add the important keyword here like this, so exclamation mark important, then all of a sudden the text will become green, right? So just as you can see it here. But again, this is more of a hack that you should not be using usually. Just in case you really cannot figure out what's happening in your code. But even then, instead of using the important keyword, what you should probably do is to write simpler selectors. So this is also an important rule and an important takeaway that you should take from this lecture. So always write your selectors as simple as possible and do not add too much nesting, or don't add too many IDs and classes all in the same selector. Okay, so I will leave that here for you, but I will comment it out so that it does not apply. And actually, we don't need any of this. Let me put it back on, and I will comment all of this. Okay, and with this, I will leave you and will then see you in the next video. There is an extremely powerful mechanism in CSS called inheritance. And so let's now learn all about inheritance. And actually, we already saw inheritance in action before. So remember back at the beginning of this section, I mentioned that, for example, this element here, so this Laura Jones, which is a strong element, still gets the styles of the paragraph element inside of which it is located, right? So let's inspect this element here. And so, of course, it is a strong element. And so as a default style, and so that's the user agent style sheet, remember. So as a default, it gets the font weight of bold, right? But then here we see that also it gets inherited from the paragraph. So from its parent element. So here it gets the italic, the 18 pixels of a font size, and also the line height of 1.5. And so basically what this means is that inheritance is a mechanism by which some styles, so some properties, get their values inherited from parent elements to child elements. So let's now use this in a big way by setting some styles onto the body element. So we use the body elements to set some styles because the body element is the parent element of all the other elements in our HTML document. And so if we set certain properties in the body, then their values will get inherited to all of their child elements. Now, not all properties do actually get inherited. It is mostly the ones that are about text. So let's start with a very simple one. So the color, and let's set the color to red. Now, what do you think is going to happen in this situation, given that we actually set the color on most of these elements here already down here? Well, let's see. And so as we reload, nothing really changed here. And the reason for that is that while this red color still got inherited, this color property right here in this rule did override the inherited style. Okay? So the inherited styles are easily overwritten whenever there is any rule that applies for the same property. So an inherited property is very easily overwritten by any rule which has a value for that same property. So in a sense, we can say that inherited values are the ones who have the lowest priority. But anyway, if we now removed the color from here, and let's just comment it out, then, well, all the text which does not have a color declared will become red. So this one here, all of this. Now this one is still blue because we're overriding it here, right? But then everything else is red. And so now what we can do is to set the text color that we're actually interested in here in the body. And so now all the text is gray, such as before, but all we have to do is to declare that value in the body, and then this value 444 gets inherited for the color for all of the rules which do not have a color declaration. And now let's actually do the same with the font family. So I will actually cut it from here and paste it here. The same for this one. And so once again, all the elements got the sans serif value here inherited for the font family property. All right. And actually, if we go back here one step, so I'm just putting it back. So you see that here the links, they're actually still in the serif style, because nowhere in our code we added the font family of sans serif to them, right? So now I'm doing it again here, pasting it here, and take a look what happens now. And you see now they are just like the rest of the text in sans serif. And so actually we no longer need this selector here. We can just get rid of it. And just to be sure, I really want to clarify something here one more time. So this is really elements inheriting values for certain properties from one another. So this is not conflicting selectors. Or in other words, this body selector here is not selecting all of these elements. Okay? It does not apply to all the elements. Instead, what we do is to declare values for these properties here, such as color and font family, and then they simply get passed down to all the child elements that are contained within the body. And so that's why we use the technique of putting these properties that are related to text into the body. Okay? Because these are the ones that we then want all of the elements on the page to have. Now, as I said before, many styles do actually not get inherited, because that would be very impractical for most of the properties. For example, let's say border top. So if we declare a border top of 10 pixels and solid with our blue color to the body, let's see what happens then. And indeed, it simply added this blue border to the top of our body element. But it did not do so to all of the child elements, right? Because again, that would be very, very impractical. And now let's take a quick look at a graphical representation of inheritance to really make it crystal clear. So here we have a very simple example of a web page which simply contains a navigation, an H1, and a P element. And on the right side, we also have some styles for the body element, and in particular, the color, font size, font family, and border top. Now, of course, the body element here is the parent element of all these other three elements. And so, therefore, thanks to inheritance, all of these three elements basically get access to these three properties that are inherited. And again, all these three properties are basically related to text, while on the other hand, the border property does not get inherited. So not all of the properties do get inherited, but it is mostly the ones related to text. And I have a big list of many of the properties that do get inherited, so you can take a look at them if you'd like. But anyway, let's now say that we also have a rule for the H1 element. And so it declares basically a new color and a new font size. So it's bigger and it is blue. And so what happens now is that these two declarations do actually override the inherited styles. Therefore, for the H1, the color is no longer gray and the font size is no longer 16 pixels, but instead it is now blue and 32 pixels. So this is a visual representation of inheritance in action, which I hope makes it a little bit more clear so that you can really understand how it works. So maybe take some more time looking at this and studying this example a little bit more, and then we will actually get one more time back to our code. And what I want to show you now is that inheritance actually also works on a much smaller scale, which is something that we also do all the time. So inheritance is not only helpful by putting styles into the body, but also in other situations. So let's say that we wanted to change the size of these 4 links here. That would actually be very easy. All we would have to do is to, let's go there. So would be to put a class on them and then select these links based on the class, right? Or we could also do something like this. So we could do nav and then select the A elements in there with the pseudo class of link, right? Let's say we wanted the font size to be 18 pixels. And so you see that that actually worked. But now let's say that we, for some reason, also had a paragraph in here saying this is the navigation. And so this is now probably 22 pixels big. Let's see. Yeah, because that's the default that we set for the paragraphs. But we also want this to be 18 pixels, just like everything here in our navigation. So how could we do that? Well, of course, we could add that here like this, and it would work again, right? But we could also do it in a much better way. So we don't need all of this. All we need to do is to say nav and then set the font size to 18 pixels in here, and then all of the rest should inherit those styles. Now, actually the paragraph here does not inherit it because we specifically set a font size of 22 for the paragraphs already. So that might not be such a good example. Let's use a strong element here. Okay, and so now this should be 18 pixels just as specified here. So if we took this back, then let's see what we got there. All right, so nothing really. But now if this was here turned on, so if we set the font size in the navigation to 18 pixels, then now we could see that the strong element here got the 18 pixels inherited from nav. Okay, and so now everything here is 18 pixels, and that's thanks to inheritance. Okay, so this is a technique that we use all the time, but let's now actually get rid of the strong here. And again, I can actually comment out this code just like we did in CSS before by hitting Command or Control/. All right. And now just to finish, there is actually another way of adding some styles to all of the elements. So let's go back up here actually, and I will put it here. And what I'm talking about is the universal selector that I mentioned in the slide about conflicting selectors. So basically, the universal selector simply selects every single element on the page. And so this is useful if we actually want a certain property applied to all elements, but which does not get inherited. So, for example, the color we want on all the elements, but the color gets inherited. And so we can simply put it here in the body, right? However, now imagine that we wanted the border top on all the elements. So this, for example, we could paste this here, and as we reload, we would get this beautiful result. So you see every single elements, and that includes like the EM here and the strong. So all of them now have this border top, right? So not really helpful, but it helps demonstrate that we really can apply a certain style to every single element on the page. Just keep in mind that this selector is actually the one with the lowest priority. So it would be very easy to simply override this. Okay, let's say that here we had red on the body, and then this one would be red, and only all the other ones would be blue. And again, because this is an element selector, and so it has a higher priority than the universal selector. But let's put it back, and actually let's turn this one off right here. So the universal selector is actually quite important. For now, we don't have a big use case for it yet, but we will soon, and then I will explain it a little bit more. But for now, what I want you to understand is that there is a big difference between the universal selector and the body selector. So the universal selector simply applies to all the elements, and there is no inheritance involved. And therefore, this is perfect if you want to apply a certain property that does not automatically get inherited to all the elements. On the other hand, any style that we put here in the body gets inherited. And so that's simply a completely different mechanism than using the universal selector. It's good to have you back and to welcome you to your very first challenge of this section. And in this one, we will continue building on the code that we already built in the HTML fundamentals section. So after our first big challenge, we ended up with this code. So with this project here, remember? And so what I want you to do now is to build on this project in order to achieve this, basically. So here you see that we have some text in uppercase, this one, this one. There is some gray background color between this heading. You also see that there are some special styles here. This text is way larger. The button is styled like this. So when we hover it, and also the link is styled differently. There is a big black border around the entire component. So this entire article element. And I think that's it. Also, these list icons here are now square. And to achieve this, you can experiment with different values of the list style property. But this one is also not really important. So what's really important is this hover style. So basically the link on itself is black. And then once we hover it, all that happens is that the underline disappears. Then down here, remember that this is actually a button element. And buttons can also have hover states. Now, unlike links, they do not have the link or visited pseudo class, but you can still specify styles for the hover pseudo class. And so what I want you to do is that when we hover this button, is basically to invert the colors. So the background was black and now it's white, and the text was white before, and now it is black. So a nice effect like this. And don't really worry about the correct colors and about the correct font sizes here. So just use any values for now, because my goal with this is that you really practice the properties themselves, and the values are not really what matters. Okay? So as a starting point for this challenge, please use the code that you ended up with after your last coding challenge. So after the end of the HTML fundamentals section. And if for some reason you don't have that code anymore, or if you didn't do that challenge, then I will also include a link in this video where you can find the starter code so that you can start working from there. So this is kind of a big challenge. So it should take you at least probably half an hour, maybe a bit more, to finish this. And it's not a problem at all if you have to go back to the code that we wrote together during the lectures. So you don't have to have memorized all of the property names at this point. It's completely normal if you need to look some of them up. Okay, so don't feel bad for doing that. What I want you to do is to write some CSS on your own, and I'm sure that you will do that. So see you back here once you are ready. Welcome back, and I hope that you had a great time solving this challenge and that you had a lot of fun. And let's not waste any time and get to work right away. And I will start with the body, and I will give it a sans serif font family. So sans serif. And so, as we learned in the last lecture, this font family set to sans serif will now be inherited to all of the other elements. All right? And so that already in itself is a big change. Now, another thing that I want to do here, and this one was not mandatory for you because I actually didn't even mention it, but I want to increase the line height here. And this is another one of those properties that actually does get inherited. And by adding some line height here between all the elements, we get a little bit more breathing space here between especially these li elements. Okay, and now let's simply start working from the top to the bottom of this HTML code here. So starting with the article, we'll start by adding that black border around it. So here, let's give it a class of product. And I will now start using classes on every single element. But once again, you wouldn't have to do it exactly that way. So if your result looks the same as mine, then there is no need to change anything. All right, so I used a 4 pixel here. Maybe used something else, but that's not really important. Okay, nice. Now here we have this h2, so I'm calling that the product title. So product title, and let's take a look here. So the text is in the center, there is this background color, and it is uppercase. So let's do that. Text align of center, a font size, let's say of 22 pixels. Then it was also uppercase, right? So that's text transform uppercase. And finally that subtle background color that we had. And I will use again the one from the lectures F7, F7, F7. And indeed, that looks quite nice. And so let's move on to the next one. Let's just add some comments here to make it easier to understand. And here in CodePen, actually the exact same shortcut works as in VS Code. So that's Command or Control slash. All right. So next up, let's make the text a little bit bigger, and let's also change this free shipping label here. So you see that, yeah, the price is bigger, and then this free shipping here is kind of just a label, right? And this will actually make a bit more sense once we transform this into a nice layout. But what matters is that the text is quite small and uppercase and a lighter gray. So let's do all of that now. So this one is called price, and this one shipping. So notice how I'm doing this quite fast here at this point, because we already learned about all of these properties, and I'm really just trying to solve the challenge here together with you, which you hopefully already did on your own before. So this is more like to review most of the stuff that we already did before. So I'm calling this kind of section of our code here product information, and then price. And here, let's say we want a font size of 24 pixels. Nice. And now as for the shipping, so shipping, and also notice how I'm only ever using classes and never IDs. And so again, that's to basically future-proof our code, such as I explained in one of the earlier lectures in this section, right? So the font size here is a bit on the small side, so 12 pixels. Remember that's uppercase. And now what else do we have? The font weight was also bold. And let's see what else. Yeah, we have this like lighter color. So let's use a 777 here. And this color you could have like come up with in the VS Code color picker, right? For me, this value is just already like a default in my head when I need a lighter gray color. And for you, of course, this will also come with practice. All right. Now, anyway, let's move on to the link here. So that's this one here. Calling this one more info. So more info. And now remember that this is a link and it does have a href property. And so therefore, here we should now use the link pseudo class. Okay, so that's the best practice, always to actually style the different link states. So the only thing that actually changes is the color, which should become black, if I remember it correctly. Right. And the hover state is the same, with the only difference that the underline is gone. And the same for the active. So I just clicked and it still looks the same. So let's translate that into code. So hover. And now what I said is that text decoration is none. And I also said that the same is true for the active. And so instead of just copying this rule, I can just copy the selector and do this as a list. So I want this to happen on hover and on active. And hopefully you noticed that we are actually missing one of the states. And so let's simply add that here. So that's the visited state. So I mentioned before that we should always specify all the 4 states and always in this order. So first link, then visited, then hover, and then active. And in this case, the link and the visited state happen to be the same, and the same goes for hover and active. And so that works nicely, just as expected. Okay. So this section here of the code is basically the product information. And now down here we have kind of the product details. So all of this here, we can call it product details. So let's add like another separator here inside of our code. And so this is nice to visually divide our code into different sections. Here we have the details title. And then let's call the list the details list. Okay, let's grab this from here so we don't have to write it all over again. And then here the list. And actually let's start with that. So I told you to experiment a little bit with the list style property, which doesn't really work here in CodePen. I mean, the experimenting, because the values do not show up like they do in VS Code. But maybe you did it in VS Code, and there you could see that one of the options is to set it to square. And so then it looks like this. So it fits nicely the rest of our kind of boxy layout here. Okay, and then here, the product details, let's just make it uppercase like the other heading. So text transform uppercase and a font size of 16 pixels. Okay, beautiful. That looks already almost the same, except here for the button. And so that should be easy as well. So let's create a new section here just for the button. And in this very small piece of code, now of course it wouldn't be necessary to do it like this, so to add all of these comments here, but I just want you to start to get into the habit of organizing your own code a little bit. Okay. So this button here, I'm calling it add cart. And now let's start with the background color set to black. Let's see. But now we get this very ugly border that you see here. So I don't know if we actually did this before. Probably we didn't. So it's not a big deal, of course, if you didn't do this part here. So setting the border to none. But anyway, the color we should set to white. And so we can do that using the CSS color name, or we could of course do the hex code. So the hexadecimal notation of FFF, which is exactly the same thing. Then let's make it a bit bigger. Font size 20 pixels. And again, a text transform of 20. Well, not of 20 pixels, of course, but of uppercase. Nice. So I think that looks the same. And now we just need the opposite, basically. Oh, and we also need to add like this cursor here. So this pointer, so the hand. Because usually on a button, that doesn't appear by default. So this is certainly a property I didn't show you before, but let me show it to you now. So we can set the cursor to pointer. And so now it looks like a link. So you see, now we have the hand here, just like we had here. Great. And now, as I told you before, you can now set the hover pseudo class. All right, because this is a button and we can of course hover it. And so we can specify the hover pseudo class. And actually we can do that on all elements, but usually it doesn't make a lot of sense. So anyway, all we want to do here is basically to invert the colors. So now the color should be black. And to keep it consistent, let's use the hexadecimal notation. And the same here. So I like to keep things consistent in this way. And then the background color should now be white. Okay, and indeed that works. So I think that with this, our project here now looks exactly the same as the demo code. Great. So I hope that wasn't too hard and that you had some fun and that you were able to do at least some of it. So in case you need to compare your code with mine, I will include a link to the final code of this challenge somewhere into this lecture. And with that being said, I see you in the next lecture, which is one of the most important ones of this section. The CSS box model is one of the most fundamental parts of CSS. And so you really need to understand it in order to learn CSS. And so that is exactly what we will do in this video. Now, what exactly is the box model? Well, the box model defines how elements are displayed on a web page and how they are sized. So in this box model, each and every element on a web page can be seen as a rectangular box. And each of these boxes can have content, a border, and space inside and outside of it. So let's define all of the pieces of the box model one by one. And starting with the content, this is the actual content of the element. So it can be text, or images, or a table, a video, or really any other content that we might specify. Using CSS properties, we can specify both the height and the width of the content area, which we will do in one of the next lectures. Next, we can define a border that goes all around the element. And actually, we already did that before, remember? And by the way, this border is technically still inside of the element. And now the next ingredient of the box model is the padding. So padding is basically invisible white space that we can create around the element's content. So between the content and the border. You can see that nicely in this diagram, and it will make even more sense when we start using this in practice. But anyway, just like the border, the padding is also still inside of the element. So essentially, padding is empty space that we can create inside of elements. Then, similar to padding, we also have margin. Now the difference is that margin creates empty space around the element, so outside of the element itself. So in practice, we use margin in order to create space between elements on our page. So if, for example, we want space between two certain elements, we simply specify the margin property on one of them. So again, padding is empty space that we can add inside of any element. It will sit between the content itself and the border, which is basically the outermost part of the element. So the content, padding, and border all together are the visible part of the element as we can see it on the page. Then around all that, we can add some margin in order to create space between elements. Now, what's important to note here is that all of these are actually optional. So we don't have to specify paddings or a border or margins. So we can define none of them or some or even all of them. It all depends on how we want our layout to look like. Finally, there is also something called the fill area. And this one can be a bit confusing, but let's try to understand it. So remember that the text content and images are inside the content box, right? Now, the same does not apply for background images or the background color of an element. These properties will actually be applied not only to the content area, but to the entire fill area, which also includes the padding and the border. So basically, if we apply a background image or color, it will occupy the entire visible part of the element. Now, for some people, this can all sound very abstract and hard to imagine in the real world. And so in these situations, it's very useful to think of an analogy in the real world. And one analogy that I personally find very helpful is to imagine a frame on a wall. So in this analogy, the drawing or the image that is in the frame is the content area. Then many frames actually have this like kind of white paper between the drawing or the image and the actual frame itself. And so if we bring that back to our box model, then that would of course be the padding. So the space between the content area and the border. And so in this analogy, the frame is of course the border, right? So that makes a lot of sense. Finally, when we hang a picture on the wall using a frame like this, then of course there might be some space between other elements on the wall or even some other walls on the sides. And so in our box model analogy, that of course would be the margin. So it is the space that is outside of the frame and creating space between frames. So for example, there might be another frame somewhere here on the wall, and the space between those frames, so outside of them, is what we call the margin in the box model. Okay, so hopefully this analogy from the real world helps you bring these concepts back into the more abstract world of CSS. And now, just to finish, let's quickly learn how the box model actually calculates the exact size of an element based on the content, border, and padding. So, as I mentioned, we can specify the height and the width of the content area. Now, if we choose not to define the height or width, then the box model will simply imply them based on the content. However, these specified or implied heights and width are actually not the final sizes of the element. And that's because the border and the padding are also taken into account. So the final width of an element as we see it in the final layout is defined by the left border plus the left padding plus the specified or implied width plus the right padding plus the right border. And the same logic, of course, applies to the height of an element. So it's the top border plus the top padding plus the specified or implied height plus the bottom padding and finally the bottom border. Now, as you can see, the margin is of course not part of the width or height calculations of the elements, because again, it is just space that is around them. And as I said in the beginning of the lecture, we can of course specify all these individual sizes using certain CSS properties. Now, what's very important to note here is that this way of calculating heights and width is actually just the default behavior of the box model. However, we can change this default behavior because it actually doesn't make much sense. And we will do that a bit later, but for now, I don't want to confuse you anymore. And so let's start by using this default behavior starting right in the next video. In this video, let's start applying the box model in practice, and in particular, margins and paddings. And let's start with padding. And one great candidate for adding some padding is this header element here, which has this background color. So an element which has background color can always use some padding in order to create some space between the content and the outside of an element. That's because, remember, padding is basically just space that is inside of the element. So this element is called the main header, and I think we have it somewhere down here. And indeed, here it is. Now, actually, what I want to do is to take this code here, which is for these boxes, and put it a bit more to the top. So I like to have like these big level boxes, so boxes that contain multiple child elements more at the top. All right, so this header here is kind of the first of these big boxes, and so I will put it here right after the body. All right, but now let's start by adding some padding. So we use the padding property, and then we need to specify some length. So let's use 20 pixels. And so pixels is exactly the same unit that we also used for the border width and also for font sizes. Remember? So let's see what that looks like. And indeed, we now got ourselves some new space that is between the content, so between all of this, and of course, the outside of the element. Now it looks like the space here is the same as here, so it's 20 pixels, but then here there's a lot more space. So let's right click here on this element and inspect. And so here you see the reason for that. So when we hover over an element, we actually get the margin of that element. And so that is that red or that orange overlay. All right. And now the header itself, you see the green space there, that is the padding. Okay. So you see that in fact the padding goes all around the box or all around the inside of the box, and it is really 20 pixels everywhere. Okay, so we will fix this margin here in a second, and by then everything will make sense. Okay, now actually down here in these styles, we can see the box model, right? And so here we see that indeed there is a padding of 20 everywhere, so on all four sides. So this one here is actually the width and the height, then the padding, then the border, and then the margin. So for each element, there is a complete representation of the box model right here in the DevTools. And many times, this is extremely helpful. So we will use this for sure a bit later. Now, this padding here does create the same padding on all four sides of the box. But if we wanted to create different paddings on different sides, we can do that also just very easily. So let's say we wanted different paddings at the left and right. So we can say, for example, 40 pixels on the left and on the right. And so this is in fact exactly the same thing as with the border. So remember, with the border, we also have border top, border bottom, left and right. Okay. And now indeed, there's a lot more space here on the left side than on the bottom. And the same here on the right side, even though we cannot really see it by the content, but we can see it here using the DevTools, right? So you see that here on the right, we have 40, 40 on the left, and then 20 on top and on bottom. All right. But now we can actually write this in an even better way by using something called a shorthand once again. So a shorthand is always when we specify multiple values here for one property. So for padding, what we can do is to, instead of just specifying one value, which will then be the same on all four sides, we can specify two values. And if we do that, then the first value will be the padding on the top and bottom, and the second value will be the padding on the left and right side. So to achieve the same result as before, we would say 20 pixels and 40 pixels. And so if we now removed this code here like this using a comment, then our result is still the same. Okay, so we used this shorthand to add 20 to top and bottom and 40 to left and right. And this way we don't have to write all of these different lines of codes here. We can just do it all in one go. Next up, let's play a little bit with margins. And remember that margins are basically spaces between elements. So let's now add some space between the li elements. So these ones here. You see that they're very close together and it doesn't look nice. And therefore we can add some margin to the bottom of each of these elements. So somewhere down here there must, so there is the li already. So we don't need to select it over and over again. We just write it here inside the same rule. And so let's say margin to the bottom 10 pixels. And so now that does look a lot better, right? Let's select this here. And indeed, we get 10 pixels at the margin bottom on each of them. Just scroll to the last one, because now I want to show you something. So usually in the last list item, we don't want to have any space, because we actually only want space between the items, but not at the end of the items. So again, the last one should not have any space. And so let's use a trick for that, which is actually something that we learned before. So we can say li and then last child. And then here we basically reset what we just did. So we say margin bottom and set it to 0. And whenever we use 0, we do not specify any unit. Okay, so we just say 0 and that will then override it. And now that space that we had here before should be gone. So you see, this one has no margin, but the one before it, that does have these 10 pixels at the bottom. Nice, that's beautiful. And we will now keep adding more and more margins and paddings to all of our elements. But before we do that, we should actually do something called a global reset. So if you take a look at our page here, and let's close this, then you notice that there are actually already a lot of spaces here, right? So there's space around this H2 element here, between the paragraphs. Also here, as we saw before using the dev tools, there was a lot of margin on the top and bottom of this H1. And having all of these default margins and paddings makes it quite hard for us to style our page. So what we want to do is to reset all those margins and paddings and basically set them to 0. So how do you think we can do that? Do you think we should use inheritance? So do you think that margin and padding get inherited from one element to the other? Well, let's test and set the margin to 0. So let's see. And well, something actually did change. So the body lost the margin that it had. So now everything is really like glued to the border here. So to the border of the viewport, so the browser itself, but not all the elements lost its margin, right? And so this is not really the way to go, because margin is not a property that is related to text, and therefore it's not a property that gets inherited from parents to child elements. Instead, if we want the margin to be applied to every single element, then for that we can use the universal selector. So margin set to 0 and padding set to 0. And now this is exactly the result that we were looking for. So now all the default spaces are gone and we are free to format our page as we wish. And doing something like this here, so this kind of global reset, is extremely common. So this is usually the very first thing that I do whenever I start any new project. And also keep in mind that this margin and padding here are extremely easy to override. So every other selector will actually override this universal selector. And in fact, we can see that right here in the main header where we did specify some padding. And so of course it is still visible here. Okay, so once again, this class selector here has a higher priority than the global selector. And in more technical terms, we say that the universal selector has a specificity of 0, which is what VS Code shows us here in this tooltip, while on the other hand, this selector here does have the 1 in one of these places. So this one is more specific. It has a higher priority, and therefore the padding does get applied. And the same is true also right here in this list. So here we also already should have the 10 pixels that we just specified previously. Okay, and now with this reset in place, it is extremely easy to now add our custom spaces and make this page really look designed. And since we're already here, let's actually start here with the aside, or keep going here. Because once again, this is one of the elements which has a background color. And so therefore, in order to create some space, we should use padding, because otherwise this border here is really glued to the content. So that's not what we want. So let's say padding top of 50 pixels and padding bottom of also 50 pixels. Let's give it a save, and that looks a lot better. So for now, we're leaving left and right side at 0, and we will fix that a bit later. So how could we write this here actually in a bit better way? Well, I hope you guessed it, and the answer would be to use the shorthand. So just padding at the top and bottom, which is the first value of 50 pixels, and the second value is left and right, where we want 0. And that's it. So take these out, give it a save, and it still does look the same. Okay. Now let's go up to the top of the page. And now here we probably need some space between this header and this H2 element here, right? So this looks very bad. And so we need some space outside of this element here. So between these two. And for that, we can use a margin bottom below basically this header element. So let's come here to our main header and add a margin bottom of, let's say, 60 pixels. And it is in fact very common to use mostly space at the bottom in order to create vertical space. Okay, so just stick to either margin top or always margin bottom. So one of them is fine, but it's best not to always mix them when you want to create space between elements. And personally, I really like to use margin bottom. It makes a lot of sense in my mind to do it like this. Okay, and let's keep going and maybe add some space now below this H2. So H2 is right here. So let's say a margin at the bottom once again. And here we just use 30 pixels. And again, these values here are quite random. And later we will use a system to automatically basically create these values for us. Next, let's create some space here between this part. So basically this image and then the rest of the content. And if we take a look at our markup, that part, so this image, this author, and this other image here is this header. So let's add some margin bottom to this header. And so I'm giving it another name. So this one is the main header. So let's call this one here the post header. So let's copy that here. Put it here. And then margin bottom of 40 pixels. So that's a lot nicer. Next, I want to think about the paragraphs because, well, this looks very messy right now. And so just by adding some space to the bottom of each paragraph, that will make it a lot better immediately. So margin bottom, and let's try 15 pixels here. And indeed, that is a lot better already. Now the same with these lists. So now here in this ordered list and this unordered list that we have here, now actually the numbers and the bullet points are gone. And that is because we actually need some space on the left side so that they can be shown. So let's add them back because our global reset basically removed all those spaces. Remember? So we want that space in the unordered list and also in the ordered list. So let's say margin on the left side, for example, 50 pixel. And so now you see that they are back. So everything moved 50 pixels to the right. And so now so the numbers and the bullets are back. Let's also add some space to the bottom. 20 pixels. Okay. And now let's move on to the H3. So that's this one here. So margin bottom 20 pixels. And something is wrong. I cannot spell margin, apparently. So that looks a lot better. And now we also need to specify some distance between this text here and this heading. So right now it looks like the space between these two is exactly the same, and that's not good. And I'm actually doing this because I want to show you something. So I'm going to specify the margin top now and set it to 40 pixels. Okay, now that works beautifully. However, let me now show you something using the DevTools. So I'm inspecting this element. And so you see that there is exactly the 20 pixels that we specified to the bottom and the 40 pixels that we specified to the top. However, this paragraph that comes before it actually also has a margin to the bottom of, I believe, 15 pixels. So this one, right? So right now, this element here has 40 pixels to the top, and this one has 15 pixels to the bottom. And so both of these spaces occupy this area here, right? And so we might intuitively think that these two spaces do get added up. So basically that these 15 pixels here will get added to the 40 pixels that come from here. But in fact, that is not what happens. So we see here that in fact, the distance between the two elements is really just 40 pixels. It is not 55 pixels, okay? And this phenomena is called collapsing margins. So basically, when we have two margins that occupy the same space, only one of them is actually visible on the page. And that is usually the larger of the two. So for example, let's say that we specified even like 40 pixels here. Then we might have thought that this was actually 80 pixels here. So following the same logic from before. But of course, it is still only 40 pixels because of the collapsing margins. But what if we had like 100 pixels here? Well, then now the space here would in fact be 100 pixels. So exactly this orange space that you see right there, right? So this one now still has its 40, but this one has 100. And so now the space between them is still not 140, but it's these 100 pixels of the bottom of the P. Okay, so this is what we mean when we talk about collapsing margins, which is something that you might hear once you start hearing people talking about some CSS weird quirks or like weird stuff that is inside of CSS. Okay, and with this, I think we are basically almost done already. Let's just add some more space here between these related posts and all this content here, which is the article, right? So we have the article and yeah, the aside. So we need some space there as well. And I don't think if I already selected the article anywhere, and it looks like I didn't. So let's put that at the top. And since I'm here, I will grab this nav and put it also at the top because it's one of those bigger elements. So I like to keep them at the top. And of course, the same goes for the article. So article and a nice margin bottom of 60 pixel. Okay, and here we go. That's it. That's our page nicely formatted in terms of margins and paddings. So just to quickly recap, whenever you need some space inside of an element, which is very useful mostly when there is a background color or a border on the element, then you always use padding. On the other hand, in order to create space outside of an element, or also to create space between multiple elements, always use margin. And in case that you need to add vertical space, then I advise you to most of the time stick to margin bottom. And so basically that's it about adding space to our page elements. And in the next lecture, we will then also add dimensions, so height and width. So now let me just very quickly show you how we can add dimensions to elements in CSS using the height and the width property. And let's once again start with our aside element down here, which at some point later will be our sidebar. and so it shouldn't be as wide, and instead we only want it to be 500 pixels wide. So we can simply come here to our element and specify the width as 500 pixels. And just like that, now our aside element is only 500 pixels wide. So a lot more narrow than the rest of the page. Okay, so very easy, very straightforward. That is the width property. Let's try another one. So actually, let's try height now. And I'm doing that here in the main header. So here, let's set the height to, let's say, 80 pixels. All right. And now you saw how it increased here, right? Now, let's actually inspect this header here. So not the link, but the entire header element, right? And if we check out the box model down here, so this is all a bit small, but never mind. So you can see that here we actually have the 80 pixels that we just specified, right? And then on top of that, we have the 20 pixels to the top and to the bottom. And so the complete final size of the element is actually not the 80 pixels that we specified here, but it is 80 plus 20 plus 20, which is 120 pixels. So that is exactly that default behavior of the box model that I mentioned before, and that, in my opinion, doesn't make any sense at all. But again, we will fix that a little bit later. For now, it is important to learn how the box model actually works originally. And so again, the real height of this element is not the 80 that we specified here, but we would then have to add the padding to the top and bottom. Okay? Now, one thing that you also might have noticed here is that the content, so the text here, doesn't just magically get vertically centered inside of this header element. So it actually was vertically centered before, but that was simply because we had applied the same padding to both of the sides. But now, not anymore. I mean, we still do have the same padding on both sides, but now we have this other height here. And so now the space that's at the bottom is no longer the space that's at the top. And actually, it's not really straightforward to center this vertically, but of course, we will learn how a little bit later. Okay, so let's close it. And now let's actually finally talk about this image. So up until this point, it has been sitting here untouched, but now let's select it and let's actually size it. And for that, let's give it a class so that we can then select it. So it is this one here. So class of post image, let's say. Copy it and then, well, let's say somewhere here at the very bottom actually. So this here was just a demo, so I'm putting it here. And now let's specify the width here. So it is actually very common to size images in CSS and not in HTML like we did. Actually, many times we never even specify the width of images in HTML, but only in CSS. Now here, for the first time, I will not use a length in pixels. I mean, I could for now, let's say 800 pixels. And so, well, that looks like it actually was the wrong image that we selected here. So the class should be, of course, on this one. And so now that looks correct. And so that 800 that we specified there did now override this 500. However, this 200 here is still in place. And that's why the aspect ratio is now like completely broken, right? So this doesn't look correct anymore. It's way stretched to the width. And so in order to fix that, in case we do have the height specified in HTML, what we need to do is to then set the height to auto. And so that will then fix it and will put the aspect ratio back to the original. Okay, but again, specifying the height and setting it to auto is only necessary if that height is already specified before in HTML. In case we don't do that, so in case we don't specify any image dimensions in HTML, then if we set the height or the width using CSS, the other one will automatically adapt in order to account for the original aspect ratio of the image. So for example, if we set this to 300, then it would become really small, right? But now, as I said, let's actually move away from pixels for the first time and use percentages. So I can say the width like this, so 100%. And usually for a width measurement like this, the percentage is usually the percentage of the width of the parent container. So the parent of the post image is the header, and this header is basically the entire width of the page, right? And so if I say width of 100%, then this image should now be the width of the entire page. And indeed, that is exactly what we get. And so what's special about this is that now as we change the size of the window, then the size of the image will always stay at 100%. Okay, because that is always the size of the parent container. Of course, we could set it to something else, like half of the size of the parent container. And what would still happen is that as we changed the size of the parent container, then the size of the image would also adapt. Okay, and this is something that will become very, very important once we start talking about building responsive websites. So websites that adapt to the screen width. Okay, but let's put it back to 100%, which is what we originally wanted. And with that, I think we are actually done with setting some heights and some width, at least for now. One of the very first tricks that I learned with CSS was how to center a page inside of the browser. So back in the day, many pages were not centered, and I found it really cool that we could very easily center a page in the browser using a very simple trick. And so let me now share that really nice trick with you in this video. Now, the very first thing that we need to do in order to pull off this trick is to put all of our content into a container element. Because otherwise, if we don't do that, then what is there actually to center in the window? So what I mean is that right now, as we keep resizing the browser window, all of the content actually stretches from one side to the other. So there is no content there to center in the center of the browser, right? So we first need a container, and that container then needs a certain width. So let's put all of this into a box, and this box doesn't need to have any special meaning. So we don't need a semantic HTML element here, and so we can simply use a div element. Now, this one should not close here, but it should close right before the end of the body. So it starts right there, and we close it only here after the footer. And now as I save it, all the indentation should automatically get fixed. And it did. Nice. So this is a really nice thing about Prettier. So when we keep adding other elements, then all the indentation will automatically get fixed, which is really, really helpful. Then here we need to give this a name, and I like to use the name of container. Let's copy that class and style it here. And as I was saying, now we actually need to give this container a width, because otherwise there is not really anything to center. So let's start with 700 pixels, and I'll make it a bit wider later. Okay, so we have this width of 700 pixels now. So you see that now the width of this element, so this header here, which is a child element of the container, is now only 700 pixels as well. So again, this div here has a width of 700. So we can see that here. And so now the child elements which are inside of it can of course not be bigger than that. So they can only be as large as the container element. And so therefore this one is also 600 pixels wide, or actually 700. So that's 620 plus 40 plus 40. Okay, so this has nothing to do like with inheritance or something like that. Instead, it is simply the logic that the child element can never be wider than the parent element. And so if the parent element is 700, then all the others are going to be 700 as well. So this one, for example, is 700, and the H2 as well, and so on and so forth, right? The same here goes for the image, of course, which is 100% of the parent. And so now as we keep making this bigger, these 700 pixel container here always keeps staying on the left side. And so now as a final step, we need to center this container element inside of the browser. And so that is the actual trick. So giving the container a width is part one, and now part two is to add some margins to the left and to the right of the container. So we can say margin left and then set it to auto, which stands for automatic, and margin to the right, also automatic. So what this means is that the margin on the left needs to be the same than the margin on the right side, and they should both be calculated automatically by the browser. And so therefore, this will mean that there will be a margin on the left and on the right, which will be exactly the same size. And therefore, as a result, the container will look centered inside of the body. So basically inside of the browser. So if we give this a save, then it does actually work. Great. This is fantastic. So as we resize, let's see, then the margin on the left and on the right keep growing, and they keep giving us basically this illusion that the page is completely centered, so that the container is centered. So if I inspect this now and go to the container, then here I can see that the margin is right now 180 on both sides. And if I resize this, then you see that now it is only, for example, 72.5 on each side. So again, it is the same on both sides because it is auto on both sides. And auto means that the browser will automatically figure out the width. Okay. Now here, actually, I want this to be 800 pixels, but I put it a bit smaller before because if we then put it like this, we can actually not see anything. So it doesn't look centered. But of course, if we keep growing the window, then now this entire column is nicely centered. Right? So this is a really great trick. And I remember back in the day, like way over 15 years ago, I was really happy when I discovered this trick. Now, just to finish, we can also write this here as a shorthand once again, which is actually even more common. So the margin at the top and the bottom right now is 0, and left and right is auto. And so that is the second value of the shorthand. So we can get rid of this, and there we go. Let's test it again. And indeed, it had to work the same, right? And with this, we finished this nice trick. And also, actually, we finished this part of the section about the box model. And so what this means is that we are now ready for the next part of the coding challenge. So after reviewing this and maybe reviewing this entire file, so how it looks like right now after this part of the section. So once you're done doing that, then let's move on to the next video and start our next coding challenge. So see you there. Let's continue working on our very small shoe article project in this coding challenge number 2. So just like before, use the results of the previous challenge as the starting point for this one. And if for some reason you don't have that code, then as always, I have the starter and the final code links somewhere in this lecture. But it would be better, of course, if you would use your own code, maybe if you have it on CodePen, or if you're doing this challenge on your own computer using VS Code. All right? So we ended up with this result in the last coding challenge. So remember, it was this. And what I want you to do now is to use your new knowledge about the box model to arrive at this result. So you see that this article here, so this element is a lot more narrow now, and it is also nicely centered in the page. So the width of this container here, so this article element, is 825 pixels. Next, you can see that many margins and paddings have been removed, and so that probably means that there has been some global reset here. So do that just like we did in one of the lectures. But then, of course, keep adding back some paddings and some margins. So whenever you see some space here in this example, for example, here inside of this heading, then of course you need to add back some space. And you can do that using margin or padding, as you know. So just choose the right one for the right situation or according to what you learned. Finally, another thing is that this button here now is really wide. So it spans all the way from the left side to the right side. And also it now has this border here at the top, so to create this illusion of a button even when we're hovering it. So see if you can maybe arrive at this result, but if you can't, then that's of course, as always, not a big problem. So just take some time now and really try to code up this challenge, and I see you back here when you are done. Okay, so let's waste no time and start right away. And I will actually start to give us some more space here. So I will start with that global reset I mentioned. So adding a margin of 0 and a padding of 0 to every single element on the page. All right. And now I will actually make this product here. So this element, I will give it the width of 825 pixels as I had mentioned before. All right. And so now it's time to center this in the browser. And in the last lecture, I actually showed you how to do that. So there we created an element that we called the container, and then we centered that inside of the body. Now in this case, the container is basically this product here, right? And so that is where we add the width. And so that's where we also set now the left and right margins to auto. So I'm using the shorthand here and giving it at the top and the bottom 0, and then left and right auto. And so here we go. Now it is centered inside of the body. Beautiful. But we can actually make this a bit better because now it's kind of glued to the top here and the same down here. So instead of having top and bottom at 0, let's set them to 50 pixels. And so that then creates some space basically around this element. So we added 50 here, down here, and 50 here at the top. Great. Next, let's add some space back here in the heading. So that is the product title. And so now we want some space inside of the element so that we can create some empty space here, which still has some background color, right? So that's why we use padding, because we want that space to be inside of the element and not outside of it. So if it was a margin, then it would look like this. And then the background color would, of course, not be anywhere here. So because it's outside, right? We want it inside, and so then that's padding. All right, so that's starting to look a lot better. Now maybe let's create some space here between this shipping and this text. And so for that, for creating some vertical space, I am again using margin bottom. So here in shipping, let's add some margin bottom of, let's say, 20 pixels. Yeah, that looks a lot better. And let's take a look at the final result that we want to achieve. And so you see we have some space here as well. We also have some space below this heading here. And then this unordered list also moved back here inside of the container. Because notice that right now these bullets are outside, right? And so let's now fix all of that. So let's start with this one here and giving it 15 pixels. And as always, if your numbers here were different, then that doesn't matter at all. All right. And now some space here between this link and this title, so this heading. And the logical thing to do would probably be to add some margin bottom to the link. Because as I said, the best thing to do is to stick to one of the directions, so to one of the sides, and then always add the margin there. So let's try that. So it's this more info link, but you will see that this will actually not work. So you see we added it and it doesn't work. And the reason why it doesn't work is something that I will explain in the next lecture. All right. So what matters now is that this doesn't work because you basically cannot use margins on small elements like anchors, so like this link. And so instead, what we will do now is to add a margin to the top of this element. And so this will then visually look exactly the same way, right? So adding 30 to the bottom of this looks essentially the same as adding 30 to the top of this one. Next, let's then fix these bullet points that are outside of our container element. So margin left, let's say 20 pixels. Yeah, so that looks nice. And now I want to add some space here also between these elements. So that is this details list right here. And so let's select each of these elements that are in there. So dot details list, and then all the li child elements. So this right here is a descendant selector, just like we have learned previously and as we have used many times before. I think we have never used it where one of them is a class selector like this and the other is an element, but of course that's no problem. We can just combine them in any way that we want. And so let's now add that space, let's say some 10 pixels. And now finally, to finish, let's work a little bit here on this button. So this one. And I'm going to start with some padding here. So adding some space inside of the button. So that already looks a lot nicer, right? But now let's have it go from one side all the way to the other side. So that's something very similar as we did with the image in one of the previous lectures. So we can simply give it a width of 100%. And so now it basically occupies the entire parent element, which is, of course, this complete article element. And now all that we are missing is that border at the top, right? So remember that here in our demo, when we hover it, then it still kind of looks like a button, right? And in order to create that effect, so that kind of illusion, we need this border here at the top of the button. So let's add that. And so it is basically the same border as goes around this article. So let's see what we have there. And we can actually go ahead and copy it. The only thing that we need to then change is that we only want this border at the top in this case. Okay, and now there we go. So beautiful. That works just nice. And I think with this, we actually finished this challenge. So it looks just like our demo here. So I think we're done here with this challenge. So great job, well done, and congratulations for writing a lot of code on your own once again. So these are really, really important for you to consolidate your knowledge. So I'm very happy to see that you're still with me here at this point, because that's really great progress. So now that you got the fundamentals of the box model down, let's go one step further and talk about different types of boxes that exist in the box model. And maybe you had already noticed that there are different types of boxes in CSS. So let's inspect this element here to show you what I mean. So this one, for example, and you see that this H2 element occupies all the space that it can occupy. So basically it goes all the way from the left side to the right side, right? And the same is true, for example, for this entire header, of course, for this entire article, and the header as well. And really, most of the elements are like this, but then there are also other elements, so other boxes, so to say, like this one. So here we have this strong element, but you see that it only occupies exactly the space where its content actually is. And the same thing is true, for example, for this image here. So you see it's only really 50 by 50 pixels, which is exactly the size of the content itself. And for example, the same thing here with this anchor tag, which again, you will now see that it occupies exactly the width that is needed for its content. So these types of boxes that only occupy exactly the space that they need for its content is what we call inline boxes. And on the other hand, all these other boxes, so for example, this paragraph or this H3 heading, these we call block level boxes or block level elements. So block level elements or boxes occupy all the space that they can, and they basically create line breaks after them. Or in other words, they cannot be side by side with one another, right? So of course, if they take up all the space they need horizontally, then of course they cannot be side by side. That makes sense, right? So these are the fundamental differences between block level boxes and inline boxes. But there are some more, so let's take a look at a comparison. So here I highlighted all of the block level elements or block level boxes that are on our page right now. And as I already mentioned, these elements are basically formatted as blocks. So big blocks of content which occupies 100% of the parent element's width. And that is true even if the content itself wouldn't actually require so much space. For example, this "What is HTML" heading actually wouldn't need the entire line, right? But it is still a block level element because then they can be stacked vertically one after another by default. Now, one thing that is very important to mention is that the box model applies exactly as I showed you before to block level elements, while the same is not true for inline elements, as we will see in a second. Okay? Now, by default, most of the HTML elements are actually block level elements. So things like the body, main, header, and so on and so forth. So most of the elements really that we used are block level elements. So we can also say that they create block level boxes. All right. Now, one thing that we can do with CSS is to change from inline boxes to block level boxes. And we can do that with the display property set to the value of block. But we will do that in practice in a second. But for now, what I want to do is to look at the inline element and how it's different from block level elements. So here I marked the inline elements with this red border, and you see that as expected, they only occupy exactly the space that is needed for its content. They also don't create any line breaks after or before the element, and so therefore they can simply stay inside of their parent elements without creating any additional space. And this is exactly what makes sense for smaller elements like the strong element, the EM element, or anchor elements, right? We wouldn't want these elements to create a new line and occupy all the width that they can. That just wouldn't make any sense, and therefore that's why we have these different types of boxes. But anyway, now about the box model. As I said, it works differently in inline elements. So for inline elements, the height and width properties do not have any effect. Also, paddings and margins are only applied horizontally, or in other words, on the left and right sides, but not on the top and bottom. And this fundamental difference about how the box model works for inline elements is extremely important to always keep in mind and to never forget, because this is a mistake that I see beginners make all the times, which is basically to not understand why certain properties of the box model do not work as expected when applied to inline elements. So take note of this, as it is very important to always keep in mind. Now, by default, some of the elements that are inline elements, so which create inline boxes, are the anchor, image, strong, EM, the button as well, and many more. Now, just like we can use the display property to make any element a block level element, we can also use display set to inline in order to transform any block level element to an inline element. And actually, let's now go back to our code to see some of these things in action. And let's start by trying to format these links here that are in the header. So let's select them, but I will do that more down. So let me actually create some comments here. So let's say that these are like page sections or something like that. So basically all the big dividing pieces of our page. So we have the body, of course, the container, the main header, the navigation, article, and all of that. And then here is where we start to have our like smaller elements. And these titles here don't really matter. I just want to have like a visual separation inside of the code. Okay, so let's go down here, all the way down. Maybe let's say here. And so I want to select all the links that are inside of the navigation. So let's say navigation and then the links in there. And as always, I should use the link pseudo class to actually style them. Now to see this a little bit better, what happens? Let's give them a color, a background color, like orange red. And now I need to manually reload here. Okay, so we got that background color. And now let's start by adding some margin here. just so we see that the box model does, in fact, not apply the way that we thought it would. So let's say 20 pixels and give it a save. And you see that some margin was added horizontally, so on the left and right side, right? But what did not happen was that vertical space was created. So the top and bottom margins remained unchanged. Now, if we check this out here in the box model in the DevTools, then it will still appear down here. I need some more space here. So you see that the 20 value does still appear, but then here on the colored overlay, so here this orange, actually did not create any space, even though it says 20 here, right? And so as you know by now, the reason for that is that the anchor element is an inline element where the box model does not create any vertical space. And the same is true for padding. So padding of 20 pixels. So let's see. And now it does actually look as if some space was created. But that is only true for inside of the element. Because in fact, the anchor content, so the anchor content itself is still in the exact same place. But if this was a block level element, then all of this would have moved down a little bit. So basically the fill area of this element has been expanded and filled with the background color, but no new space was in fact created. Okay? But if we actually want to have that space, and if we want the elements to be one after another, then of course we can change them to block level elements. So that is exactly what I showed you in the slide by using the display property and set it to the value of block. And so this will then render the inline element as a block level element. So what do you think will happen once I save this now? And there we go. Now all of these elements occupy all the width that they can, and also they have now actually also vertical margins between them. Now they are kind of outside of this header element now, because we set the header element to a fixed height. So in one of the previous lectures. So let me show that to you with the overlay. So we need some more space here. And so since we set the height to the header to a specific value of 80 pixels, then the content no longer fits in there. And so the element did not expand in order to fit the content. So that's the reason why usually we don't set a fixed height on elements. So let me go back and change that. So that was just a demo anyway. So yeah, here is the height that we set to 80. So let me comment that out, save it again. And now the element expanded vertically here to account for the additional space that is required. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. But the main point here is that these anchor elements here now do satisfy all the conditions of being a block level element. So the box model applies to them normally, and they occupy 100% of the available width. And so therefore they appear one after another, nicely formatted as blocks. All right. So they occupy all the space as we see here, which of course includes the margin. So each of these, if we take a look, has some margin, right? So that is this kind of orange color here. And so that is part of the entire space that the element itself requires. All right, but let's go back down here and actually turn all of this off, because this was really just a demo. Okay, and now of course we will see the header shrink back to only occupy vertically here the space that it needs. Right, so as we keep adding more and more elements, then this should grow, which is exactly what happened before when these links were bigger. But now they're back to being small, and therefore all that space we had was not required. And now next, let's actually quickly try the opposite and change some block level elements to inline elements. So for example, let's try what happens when we make the list elements as inline. Display inline. Let's remove this actually. And now you see that these three elements are now basically side by side and occupy only the space that they need. And actually, let's bring this back because, well, as I mentioned, the dev tools are really so important, especially for overlaying like these boxes, right? So now the boxes are side by side like this because they are inline boxes. So they no longer create line breaks after them and only occupy the space that they need. Let's try the same. I'll turn it off here and try the same on the paragraphs. And so that looks even stranger because all the text basically collapsed just into one big line of text, it looks like, right? So again, each of these elements now basically only occupies the space that it needs. All right, but let's remove this because it doesn't make much sense in this situation, but in some situations it actually makes a lot of sense. Now, in many situations, what makes even more sense is to transform a block level element into something called an inline block element. So basically, that's a mix of inline and block level. So let's quickly check out what that means. So here we have a quick summary of both the block level and the inline boxes. So we already know that, so we don't need to go over all that again. But then there's basically a third type of box, which is a mix between these two. And so that is, as I said before, the inline block box. So inline block boxes, they look like inlines from the outside, but they behave like block level elements on the inside. So what that means is that inline block boxes do only occupy the space that they need for the content, and so therefore they do not cause any line breaks. So this is what I mean when I say that the inline block box behaves like an inline box from the outside. However, as I said, it behaves like a block level box on the inside. And so what that means is that the box model applies just as it does for block level boxes. So we can still set heights and width, and we can still use margins and paddings just like on block level boxes or on block level elements. So these are kind of the same, so I keep using them interchangeably. So essentially, inline block boxes really combines the best of both worlds of block level and inline. And in order to create an inline block element, all we have to do is to set the display property to inline block. And that's it. And so let's now see how we do that in practice and some situations where this can be extremely helpful. So let's go back here to our header links. So to this navigation, so that I can show you where an inline block element can be very helpful. So right now there is not a lot of formatting here, so like no spacing. So we need to fix that. So this was somewhere down here, right here. And so let's go back to trying to add some margins without changing anything in the display property for now. So let's say we wanted a margin right of 30 pixels, and this should work because it is a horizontal space, and so that works even on inline elements. But now if I wanted to add a margin top of, let's say, 10 pixels, then nothing will change, right? So it stayed the same, and so that's exactly the behavior that we saw already at the beginning. But now, if we change the display to inline block, then see what happens. So you saw that now we got our space here. And if we check this out, then indeed you can see that orange space on the right side and then the 10 pixels on the top. So the box model is back to being applied as a block level element, but on the outside the elements are still side by side and occupying only the space they need. So behaving like inline elements. So this is a great technique in some situations, even though at this point we also have more modern ways of doing something similar. But in some cases, this will actually be very good to know and a good technique to have in your tool belt. Now, just one final detail is that we should remove that margin right from the last element. So let's select that. Nav a link, and now you will see something new. So this here is a pseudo class, right? But onto that we can chain another pseudo class, because now we want the last child, right? Like this, and then we want to set the margin right back to 0. Okay, so visually that changes nothing, but here we now see that this one no longer has that space on the right side. And many times that's important to do, and so that's why I wanted to show you that we can chain these two pseudo classes like this without any problem. Great, and now just to finish, I wanted to show you that images are actually inline block boxes. All right, so I said in the beginning that images are actually inline elements, but in fact they do behave like inline block elements. And we can easily demonstrate this by adding some margin, for example, to this post image here. So if I add a margin of 100 pixels here, then if it was an inline element, it should not create any vertical space. So not here and not here, right? But watch what happens as I save this. And so indeed, you see that all of this vertical space here was added. And so that is proof that indeed it is an inline block element. And the same is true for the fact that we can set width and heights for this element. So if it was a purely inline element, then these two here would also not work, right? So that's also important to note. And let's just set it back to normal here. Okay, so that's it for the type of boxes in CSS. Just as a quick summary, or basically as a takeaway from this lecture, most of the time we will actually leave the display setting alone and simply use the predefined box type, because by default, they do actually make a lot of sense. However, we can use display set to block in order to make a small inline element, for example, occupy an entire line, which is something that we will sometimes need in the real world. Then the other way around, sometimes we don't want a block level element to push all the other elements into a new line. So basically we don't always want them to occupy all the available blank space that there is to fill. And so in that case, we can set them to an inline element, or probably even more useful, we can set them to an inline block element, because then we can still apply the box model as usual. Let's talk about another extremely important aspect of CSS, which are positioning modes. And this one is one of the more complex lectures of this section, and so make sure to pay good attention. So in CSS, there are a couple of different positioning modes, but the more important ones, and the ones we are going to talk about for now, are the normal flow and absolute positioning. So starting with normal flow, it is simply the default positioning of elements on our page. Or we can also achieve the normal flow by setting position to the value of relative. So in this case, we say that an element is in flow, which basically means that the elements are laid out according to the source code in the HTML. So this is very straightforward. It is simply the behavior that we have been seeing up until this point. So just keep in mind that that is called normal flow. Now, on the other hand, we have absolute positioning, which basically allows us to absolutely position elements anywhere on the page. Now, we can achieve this positioning mode, so we can position an element absolutely by setting its position property to the value of absolute. And so in this case, the element is then removed from the normal flow, and we say that it is out of flow. Now, what happens with this element is that it completely loses any impact on surrounding elements. And in fact, it might even overlap them. So that's something common that happens with absolutely positioned elements. Now, in order to actually position the element that is absolutely positioned, we can use the top, bottom, left, or right properties in order to position that element. And that positioning is going to happen in relation to a relatively positioned container. Now, I know that this sounds kind of confusing, and so let's actually see this happening in practice. So what we're going to do in this lecture is to create a like button that is located outside of our centered container. So let me show that in the demo. And so here at the very end, we have this like button. And as we expand the page, for example, you see that this element always stays on exactly the same position, right? So it's not impacted by any of the surrounding elements. And that is even better visible if we decrease the page even further. So here we even have that situation where the element actually overlaps this related posts element right here, right? And so you see that this element is not impacting, and it's also not being impacted by any of the surrounding elements. It always just simply stays here in this place, no matter what happens to the rest of the page. And so this is a great example of an absolutely positioned element. Now, where should we actually put the markup for this button? So the HTML? Well, it doesn't really matter, at least for now. So let's just actually put it here at the end of the body. So after any other element. So actually, even after the container. But again, for now, that's not the most important part. We will change this a little bit later. So let's use the button element that we have also used in our coding challenges already. And then here, I'm just going to write like. And then let's just add a nice emoji here, which in Windows you can do by hitting Control, Command, and Space at the same time. And on Windows, you can open up the emoji picker by hitting the Windows key plus the dot. So this is not any VS Code extension. This is simply functionality that is provided by the operating system. So again, Control, Command, Space on the Mac, and Windows plus the dot on Windows 10. So let's just search for heart here. And yeah, VS Code kind of transforms this into this gray symbol here for some reason, but never mind about that. So let's just come here, and our button should be somewhere here now. And so right now it is simply here. So simply after all the other elements, because for now, of course, it is in the normal flow still. So we haven't declared position absolute on it yet. And so therefore it is simply in the flow, and it's simply positioned right after all the other elements. But now let's actually change that. So let's select it here using button. Let's first give it some visual styles. Adding some padding as well. And we can also use that trick of defining the cursor property, as I also showed you in the challenge, and set it to pointer so that we actually get that hand. Right? And so now it looks a little bit nicer. And you see there's also this hover state, which we could of course customize, but let's not spend time on that. But instead, we will now immediately set the position to absolute, just like I showed you in the previous slide. So let's give it a save and see what it looks like. But for now, it still looks pretty similar. And that's because we didn't really position it yet using one of the 4 properties that I also mentioned. So top, left, right, and bottom. And so let's for now actually go with top and set it to 0 here, which is always a good starting point. And let's say left 0 as well. Give it a save. And now it might be gone. Yeah, it is. And so that's because now it is right here. So we set its top position to 0. And so now it's at the very top of the page, because these pixels here, so these 0 pixels, at least for now, are being counted from the top of the viewport. So of this visible part of the page here. So if we change this to bottom, for example, then it should be here at the bottom of the viewport. So by default, this element is positioned in relation to the viewport, which again is this visible part of the page. Okay, so now it stays here, which is a very weird place for it to be. But what is important to note here is that in fact, this element has been completely taken out of the flow, and it's now even hovering over this content. So it is as if the rest of the content is not even there, and that is becoming even more apparent as we change, for example, the size of the window. And let's go back to where we were, put it back to top. And of course, we can also move it to some other position. So it doesn't have to be exactly glued to the top and the left, but we can, for example, move it 50 pixels down and 50 pixels more to the right, counting here from the left side. Okay, so that's the very, very fundamentals of absolute positioning. But what is very important to understand is that these 50 pixels here need to be in relation to something. And so, as I just mentioned a minute ago, by default, these 50 pixels here are in relation to the viewport, so the visible part of the page here in the browser. That's the reason why the element moved down here to this corner when I set the bottom to 0. However, that is usually not what we want. So usually we want to absolutely position the element in relation to some other parent element. And in order to do that, we need to specifically set the position of that parent element to relative. Okay? So in this case, we want this element here to be positioned in the right bottom corner of the page. So of the page and not of the viewport. So let's try that. So let's say bottom 50 pixels. And actually, let's keep this here and just copy it. And then I will comment it out to keep it here as a reference. But what we want is 50 pixels from the bottom and 50 pixels from the right. So again, it moves it to this place in the viewport, but we want it down here. So from the page, right? And so we need to set position to relative on the page, basically. And so that is the body element. So let's do that. Let's go to body, which is right here. And let's set its position to relative. Give it a save. And now as we go down here, then here it is. Great. And let's resize the page a little bit. And now, no matter what happens, the element is always correctly positioned in the bottom right corner of the body. Great. So I hope that made sense. And of course, it doesn't have to be the body always. So we could also position this inside of any other parent element, which is not the body. So let's, for example, try here the container. But in order to do that, the element actually needs to be inside of the container, because otherwise this is not a parent element of the button, right? So let's take this out of here and put it somewhere else. And it doesn't really matter where. All that matters is that it needs to be somewhere inside of this container. So this div element with the container class on it. And I think actually the place where it semantically makes the most sense is here in the header. So the header of the article, so this place here, is actually a common place where you would think a like button makes sense in a blog post like this, right? And so let's put it there, even though visually it's not going to appear there, because again, we are positioning this element absolutely. So if we give it a save, then for now nothing will have changed. It is still right here. But now let's try to add position relative to this container here. So position relative, and there is a typo somewhere. And so now it should be somewhere else. And for now it does look as if it's in the same place, but if we change this now, then you see that it is here in the top right corner now of the container element. So to visualize this, let's inspect the container. And so here the blue part is the content. And so there you see that the like button is now 50 pixels from the bottom and from the right of the container. And again, that is because the container is now the first parent element that has position set to relative. All right. And to make this even more crystal clear, let's take a look at a graphical explanation of this. So let's imagine that we have this kind of yellow element here with the container class, and it has its position set to relative. Then we have another element, which is this one here, so this orange element, and it has its position set to absolute. And it also has the top set to 100 pixels and the left set to 200 pixels. And so therefore, it will be located exactly 100 pixels from the top of its relatively positioned container element and 200 pixels from the left of its, again, first relatively positioned container element. And it's important to mention that it is the first parent element that has position set to relative from which the absolutely positioned element will be placed. Okay? And so I hope that with this visualization, it became even more obvious how absolute positioning works in CSS. And let's actually just try another element as the first relatively positioned container. So let's do that on the header. So this button here is inside of this header. And so we could use this header as the parent element inside of which we want to absolutely position this button. So let's go to post header, place that here, and now here we go. So now here it is. Once again, using the dev tools, so we can check out this entire element. And in fact, it looks like the button is now 50 pixels from the bottom and from the right of its new relatively positioned container. Okay, so let's actually remove this one. So commenting it out, and this one as well, because what we really want is what we did in the beginning. So we want it to be positioned in relation to the body. All right, so I hope this made sense. And so as a recap of this lecture, with absolute positioning, you can basically put any element that you want wherever you want it to be on the page, which of course can be quite helpful. Now, what's important is that you don't abuse this newfound power. So don't use this to build complex layouts, for example. Instead, we use absolute positioning for single elements like this button or other small things, just like I will show you in the next video. But in the real world, we don't use this, for example, to position this menu here, like here on the top of the page, or to position, for example, this author image here anywhere on the page. For those things, we will actually use special techniques for building layouts. So just keep in mind that we always don't simply reach for absolute positioning, for example, to build layouts. But all of this will come with practice, and so don't worry too much about it for now. So we talked about pseudo classes before, so now let's talk about pseudo elements, which are a nice little CSS feature that is worth learning about. So pseudo elements are essentially elements that don't exist in the HTML, but that we can still select and style in CSS. And some common examples of that are the first letter of a paragraph or the first line of a paragraph, or of some other text, of course. So let's start with that first example that I gave you of the first letter. So what we can do using a first letter pseudo element is to select the very first letter of this H1 here, which would be this emoji, and then we could format it differently. And so with that, we could fix the fact that this is also italic, which doesn't make a lot of sense. So in the end, it's going to look like this. So no longer italic, and even with some space there on the right side. So let's see how that is going to work. So let's come somewhere down here. And then let's say H1. So we are selecting H1, and then the pseudo element is written using 2 colons. So colon, colon, and then first letter. All right. So pseudo classes are written with just 1 colon, and the pseudo elements are with 2 colons. And so with that, we can easily distinguish between pseudo elements and pseudo classes. So let's style that very first letter. And let's say font style should be not italic, but normal. And let's also give it some margin to the right of 5 pixels. And there you go. Do you see that? Now there's some space and the text is no longer italic. Great. And of course, that would also have worked with any other of the headings and with any other letter. So of course, it doesn't just work with emojis. So let's say we wanted the first letter here of the H2 to be a lot bigger. Let's say font size 60 pixels, for example, or to make it even more visible, 80 pixels, and there you go. So basically we selected this pseudo element, which again is not actually an element in the HTML, but it is as if it was an element that we can select and then style right here. Okay, but this one here is not that interesting. So let's remove it and let's try another one, which is first line. For example, let's try to select all the paragraphs and then in there select and style the very first line. Let's say we actually want the color to be red, just as a demo. And so you see that actually worked just fine. So this is a paragraph and it is the first line, so it's red. The same here, and here, and really everywhere. Right? Now let me actually show you another new selector that you don't know yet, which is the adjacent element selector or the adjacent sibling selector. So a sibling element is basically an element that is part of the same parent. So for example here, this P is a sibling of this one and of this one and of this one and all these other ones because they are all inside of the same container, which is in this case this article, right? Now the adjacent sibling is a sibling that is actually the very next element. So for example, the adjacent sibling of this H3 is this paragraph here. Okay, so basically the adjacent element is the sibling that comes right after it. And there's actually a selector for that. So what I want to do is to only select the paragraphs that come after the H3s. So that's going to be this one and this one. Okay. So let's say H3 and then plus. So the plus here is the adjacent sibling selector. So if we save that now, then you see that in fact, only the paragraphs that are immediately after the H3, so this one and this one, have been selected. And then in there, of course, only the first line has actually been selected and styled. Okay? But let's actually turn this off. It's not that helpful, but I still want to give you the reference here of first line and maybe even more importantly, of the adjacent sibling selector, which in some cases is actually quite important. All right, but now let's actually use the probably most used and most important pseudo element, which are the after and the before pseudo elements. So the after pseudo element creates a pseudo element that will automatically be the very first child of the selected element. And I'm sure that that sounds quite strange, but this can actually be very useful for some small cosmetic style for which we don't want to necessarily add a new element to the HTML. So let me show you what I mean by that. And it's easiest to show you in the demo. So what I'm talking about is this yellow small thing here. Let's give us some more space so we can actually see it. So essentially, I'm adding this small cosmetic style here. So simply saying that this is a top article. All right. And so for this very small, let's say, thing, we don't need to add a whole new element into our HTML. I mean, of course, we could do that, but this is a good use case to show you the before or the after pseudo elements. All right. Let's put it back and go back here. And so, yeah, so remember that this element here is close to this H1 here. And so what we will do is to create the after pseudo element basically after the H1. So I will just write the code and then it will be a bit easier to understand. So colon, and then after. And now the first property that is mandatory to specify here is the content property. So we specify content, and then here we need to write something. And it can actually just be an empty string, so just this empty text like this. But in this case, we want top. Okay? But even if you don't want any text in your pseudo elements, you still have to define the content property. And actually, at this point, this pseudo element should already be visible in our page. So let's give it a try. And it looks like it's not there yet. But let's figure out right here. Oh, and actually, it is here. You see that? It's here in the H1. So we want it in the H2, actually. And there it is. So there is this element that we just created, and we will style it in a little bit, because like this, it doesn't make a lot of sense. But here you can actually see it even in the DevTools, and as you hover it, it is right there. Okay, but let's now style it a little bit further. Let's give it some background color. I'm going to use some nice yellow with this code here, FFE70E. All right. And so now this looks more like a real element. Then we can also change the font size. For example, we can make it bold. So let's see. And that looks a little bit nicer already. And now let's give it some padding. Now, by default, any pseudo element is actually an inline element. And so if we want to give it any padding, we want the box model to apply to it normally, right? And so in order to do that, we need to render this element as an inline block box. So display inline block. And so this is actually one of the great use cases of using inline block. And so take note of that maybe. Now let's add some padding here. Let's say 5 pixels to the top and 10 pixels to the sides. Nice. So that's already looking quite good. But now we need to add the final piece of the puzzle, which is to actually position it in a meaningful place. So notice how right here, the element is like kind of at the end of the element. So at the end, and half of the element is outside of it. So, well, here in our example, let's give our H2 just temporarily a background color here, so we can see what's happening. So background color orange. Okay, and so now where we want this pseudo element to be located is here a bit outside. So first let's put it here in this corner, and then from that we will move it outside. So how do you think we can achieve that? Well, the answer to that is absolute positioning. All right. So the first thing that we need to do in order to absolutely position an element is to first give the parent element inside of which we want actually the positioning to happen, the position relative. Remember that? And so in this case, that's going to be this H2 element. So position relative. And now we are ready to absolutely position this element. So position absolute. And let's put it at the top. And just to test it for now, let's put it on the left. So this will be the top left corner. And indeed, that worked beautifully. It's right here. Just notice what happened if we turned off the position relative here in the H2. Then this would immediately move up here to the very top of the page, right? And so that's why we can never forget position relative on the parent element inside of which we want this to happen. But now we want it here at the right side. So right here. And now let's actually move it out a little bit. So move it up and move it to the right. Okay, and the reason why I'm doing that is so that I can show you something that we haven't also talked about yet, which is negative length. So if we specify it here 25 pixels to the right, it would move from the right here in this direction to the left, basically. Right? So 25 pixels from the right into this direction. However, if we set a negative value, it will move in the opposite direction. And so now it is right here. So outside of the H1. Well, at least partially, right? So not the H1, but the H2, of course. Then at the top, let's do the same. Let's say minus 10 pixels. And it could be even a bit more, I guess. Let's say minus 15. And so that looks a bit better. Okay. And so now we can get actually rid of this one here. And there we go. So that looks just like this one, right? Well, it's a bit different. This one is a bit more up, so we can move it back down, let's say 10. And also the color is black. So let's do that here. And let's stay consistent and use hexadecimal. And so to make it black, it's 0, 0, and 0 all the way. And so now let's see. And that looks exactly the same. With the only difference that it's actually 4, 4, 4, but that doesn't really matter. And once again, this element that we just created and styled does exist here kind of in the HTML tree that we can see here in the DevTools. But of course, in our own HTML, it is nowhere to be found here close to this h2, right? So CSS, once we declare it here, will then automatically create it and will put it here so that we can style it. So the styles, of course, then appear down here in the styles panel. And here are the usual values of the box model. Okay, and so this is how we work with pseudo elements in HTML. Now there's also the before, but actually that would look exactly the same way. The difference is that after will basically become the very last child element of the one that we are selecting here, while before will become the very first child element. So if we change this here to before, then you see that here it switched position. But since we are positioning this element in an absolute way, that doesn't matter at all how the result looks like. But since we are positioning this pseudo element in an absolute way anyway, it doesn't change how it looks like, no matter if we use after or before. Nice. So with this, we actually finished this part of the CSS fundamentals. So great job and well done for still being with me here, even as the content is getting a little bit more complex and maybe a little bit harder to understand. But that's just part of the learning journey. And so just make sure that you really understand everything that I show you here by practicing and by always reviewing the code for each lecture. Now, the next 2 lectures will be about some developer skills that are important for you as you start your journey as a web developer. And then after that, we have one final coding challenge for the section so that you can practice what we just learned over these last couple of videos. So the next few videos are very important and very exciting, I think. And so see you there soon. One of the most important messages that I want to get across in this course is that you do not have to memorize every single CSS property that there is, or that you learn in this course, and also that you can actually start writing your own CSS even when you don't know everything yet. So for beginners like you, it's really important to be aware of the fact that it is okay not to know everything, and that you can always Google when you don't know anything or read the documentation. And so in this lecture, I want to quickly show you some techniques that I use to Google stuff that I don't know, and also how to read documentation in order to learn something about a property that you don't know yet or that you don't remember how exactly to use. And let's start with a hypothetical but real-world scenario. So let's imagine that you built a form on your web page, and that form has a button. But now you don't remember how you can actually add like that mouse cursor to the button. So when your users hover the button, you want it to look something like this. So with this cursor here happening. But again, you don't remember how to do that. But again, you might not remember how to actually do that. And this is really no problem at all. So you can always Google something if you don't know how to do it and read the documentation as well. So in this case, this is what I would do. So I would Google CSS. And so the first word that I always use when I'm searching something related to CSS is CSS. And then let's say CSS property to add a mouse cursor to button. So this is basically what you want to achieve, right? And then in the search results, usually you want to look for stackoverflow.com. So Stack Overflow is basically a website where millions of users have posted tens or maybe hundreds of millions of questions about all kinds of programming. And that includes CSS. So this W3 Schools is usually not a good reference, so don't use that. Then there's also CSS Tricks, which is also very good. And down here, there is developer.mozilla.org, which is actually the MDN documentation, which we will check out also in a minute. But for now, I'm interested in here is Stack Overflow, which again is like a Q&A site where people can ask questions and then other users help them. So here we have a question, how to change the cursor into a hand when a user hovers over a list item. Now, you are not really interested in the list item, but the rest of the question is kind of what you're looking for, right? So let's try to take a look at our responses here. And here is the most popular one, and which was also voted as correct by the original poster. So here what they do is to basically add cursor set to pointer to the element which should get that hand, right? And in fact, that is actually the solution. So now we can just copy the solution, or if you think that is a bad practice, well, then you can just go to your button and write it manually. But what matters is that now you solve your problem simply by Googling it. All right? So again, don't feel bad for having to Google when you don't know anything. I do that every single day. So really, developers never know everything. We just know that something exists, and we also know how to then look it up. So of course, you need to know the fundamentals about how CSS actually works, but again, you don't need to memorize every single property. You just need to know that it is possible to add a mouse cursor to a button, but you don't have to always know how exactly to do that. Okay, now let's try another example. And returning actually here to our page, let's imagine that we wanted to center all of these links inside of the navigation. So here we have the navigation, and here we have these links. And so we want to center them. So let's try to do that on our own. And the first approach might be to select these anchor elements and set the text align to center. Right? So I'm pretty sure we selected them somewhere. And here they are, actually. And so let's do what I just explained. So let's try text align and set to center. Let's give it a save. Maybe I have to reload manually. Okay, but now you see that nothing changed. So let's inspect this. And well, we need some more space here. All right. And so selecting them, of course, we can see that text align center is indeed set, but still nothing happens. All right. However, if we think about this, this actually makes sense, because what text align does is to basically center some text inside of an element. Now, these elements here are inline elements, and therefore the only space that they occupy is exactly the space that the content needs, right? And so the width of these elements is exactly as wide as it needs to be to fit the content. Therefore, it is not possible to center anything inside of them, because there is simply no empty space inside of which the element could be centered. Okay, so having arrived at that conclusion, maybe now you don't know how to actually solve the problem, because you still want all these links centered here. So let's try to Google that once again. Let's say CSS, how to center anchor elements. Okay, and now again, you want to be looking for stackoverflow.com, and this one looks exactly what we are looking for. So how do I center an anchor element in CSS? And many times you actually need to open up various questions, because not always their question is exactly the same as yours. Now, in this case, we actually have the correct solution right here. So what they say is add the text align CSS property to its parent style attribute. Well, this part of the style attribute is not really relevant, because remember I told you not to use style like this, right? But instead using a class, and that is also not really important. What matters is that what we need is this. So we need text align center set to the parent. All right. So let's then put that into our code. And so we want this not here, but we want it in the nav. So let's go look for the nav. It should be somewhere at the top. Here it is. And now text align set to center. And here we go. So now these elements are actually centered inside of the parent container. Okay. And in this case, this works because these elements are inline elements. Or actually, in this case, inline blocks. But what matters is they do not occupy the entire width of the parent. And so when we want to center a bunch of elements like this, no matter if inline or inline block elements, then all we need to do is to add the text align center property on the parent element. Okay. Now, maybe you wanted to learn a little bit more about this property. And so let's now use the MDN documentation. Now, this is not an official documentation, but it's still what most developers use to look up CSS properties. So we write MDN, then CSS, because on MDN there are many different languages, and then let's say text align. And then here the first result is already what we're looking for. So developer.mozilla.org. And so here there is basically a description and also some demos about different values for this property. So the text align CSS property sets the horizontal alignment of the content inside a block element or table style box. Okay, and so that's exactly what we did. So we set it here, text align center, on a block element, right? And previously we tried to set it on an inline block element, and there it didn't do anything. And so we could also have gotten that here from the documentation. Then here we can click on some different demos. So of course, left, right, center, and there is even justify. Then here are all the different values that exist. And then here's a bunch of even more stuff that you probably don't even need. So a lot of more examples. And this one is also important. Well, not in this case, but in some more modern properties, here we can see the browser compatibility of this specific CSS property. So in this case, it's not that relevant, but sometimes you might want to check that out as well. Now another one, for example, we can check for border, because this one is a little bit complex. And so let's say you want to set a border, for example, a dotted one or a wavy border, but you don't remember exactly the syntax. All right. So here you have a couple of examples once again, and you can click them and check them out. And here you can also learn, as I mentioned before, that border is actually a shorthand property for the border width, style, and color. And then here again, you have a bunch of examples. And yeah, for all the properties that you want, you can check out the documentation to learn exactly what values you can give them and how they work. Okay, and I think with this, I showed you enough so that you can on your own now try to Google some questions that you might have, and also read documentation about some properties that you might not know exactly how they work. And this is a really important developer skill that you need to learn as you start becoming a CSS and also HTML developer. Now, another very important skill that you will need as you become a web developer is to debug your own code and to ask questions in case that you cannot solve certain problems. So in programming, we say that a bug is basically an error or a mistake. And so basically debugging our code means finding and fixing errors in code. All right. And so let's now pretend that there is some error in your code. And in HTML, the most common error, so the most common bug that occurs, is that some elements remain unclosed. So that can easily happen even with VS Code automatically closing elements for us. But still, sometimes with copy-paste or with some other things that happen, sometimes we end up deleting these closing tags, and then some error might appear. So let's say that for some reason we never closed the strong element here, and then our page is going to look like this. And of course, for this example, we need to pretend that we don't know about this bug, right? Anyway, this doesn't make any sense. So if we just introduce the bug and then we render our page, then all of a sudden our page looks like this, right? And this might be a little bit scary because you look at your page and it looks very wrong. This is not what you intended, right? So how to fix this? Well, in this case, it is actually very simple. All you need to do is to take a look at this result here, so at this page, and actually figure out where the bug started. So the problem here is clearly that all the text is bold where you don't want it to be. And so to debug this code, you need to look where the code is not bold. So up here, for example, the text is not bold. And so the bug must appear somewhere below this. Then this one here is bold, but that's simply because it's an H2. Then here you see some more text that is also not bold. And then from here on, all of a sudden, everything is bold. And so that means that your bug must be somewhere here. And so then you can move back to your HTML and notice that, oh, you did not close this element. And then it's very simple. You just come here, close your element, give it a save, and you're back. And the same can of course happen on all other kinds of elements. So let's say for some reason you overwrote this closing tag here. Then you take a look, and again everything is suddenly bold and also bigger and blue. And so maybe immediately from the color and the bold text, you can see that this now looks like the H3. So again, you can then come to your code, notice that there is a bug, and fix it. Now, one of the bugs that is quite common is that, for example, here you close the li and leave the content outside. So something like this. And then as you check your page, something looks very off, right? But then again, it is just a matter of going to the place in the HTML that corresponds to this problem and then figure out what happened. So in this case, that's pretty clear. You have an extra closing li. So just close that, and we are back to safety here. Now, what if this happens in like a bigger element? So let's say here in the aside. If we delete this, then the error might not be that apparent. So you see, it's not that apparent. All that happened is that this text here is suddenly inside of this aside element. So now imagine that you created this bug in your code very early on, even before you actually started writing the CSS. And so in that case, you never noticed that this was happening. And then as you started writing the CSS, you suddenly noticed that this is off, but you don't really remember writing the HTML. So you're not sure what might be wrong here. And so a great solution in that case is to actually use an HTML validator tool. So that will basically allow you to see if your HTML is valid or not. So to do that, let's copy all of the code here. At least that I think is the easiest way of doing this. Then here we need to Google HTML validator. And then usually it should be this very first result. But I will also have a link to this HTML validator on my resources page, as I showed you before. So here we can validate by introducing a URI. So that's something like a URL. We can manually upload a file, or we can simply paste the code that we just copied here. And so again, that is, I think, the easiest solution. So let's click on check. And now actually we have a couple of errors. So not just the one that we were looking for, but you see that down here actually is that unclosed element aside. So that is the bug that we just on purpose introduced. So let's fix that here. All right. Then here we have another error, which is end tag div scene, but there were open elements. So this error is actually related to this one, and this is quite common to see in a validator. So that one error in the code actually then creates multiple right here. Okay, so these two were fixed by what we just did here. But then here apparently we have some other errors in our code. So let's actually fix those. So in line 131, we have the duplicate attribute width. So let's fix that. And actually, that's true. So we have width and then width again. And of course, this should be height. So height like this. And then finally, there is yet another one. So in line 137, attribute height not allowed. And actually the problem here is that this is misspelled. So that's a stupid error. So it's not TH, but HT like this. So you see that actually even before on purpose introducing a bug, we had invalid HTML all along. So now I'm copying it again. So then here I will Command or Control A to select everything, delete it, and paste it again. Then check, and now we have no errors or warnings to show. Okay, so that is the HTML validator. So a very useful tool. But let me now actually show you another tool, which is a div checker. And a div checker can be very helpful to compare your own code with my code that I actually code here in the videos. So in case you run into any problem where your page looks different than mine, probably something is wrong in your code. And so in that situation, you can compare your code automatically to mine, basically. So let's say that for some reason, instead of using the A element here, you used link. And link doesn't make any sense here. But, well, with anchors, we are actually creating hyperlinks. And so for some reason, you might have made a mistake of, instead of using A, using link, because you might have thought that this is what creates links. And so now, somehow your code here is not clickable and it's black instead of blue. And actually, let's go back to our CSS here, and in the nav, remove this piece of code that we added in the last video, right? But anyway, now let's actually compare this code with my code. So with the final code in this section. So let's search for div checker like this. And then you can simply use divchecker.com. So here you will put your code. So again, Command or Control A, then copy, then paste. And now here on this side, you need the other code, or actually the other way around. So here you want the original. So let's delete that. And here your changed text. And so let's now come to the code that you downloaded. So this repository. And then I have the final folder here. And so this is what you can use this code for. So to compare it with your own code. So we are in this section of the CSS fundamentals, and we're interested in the index. And so in order to open this up, we can very simply drag it onto the VS Code icon here in the menu bar. And so this is basically the final code of this section. So again, selecting everything, copying it, then I can paste that here, and then somewhere there should be the Find Different button. So by the time you are watching this video, this interface might look a little bit different, but the basic idea should still be there, that you have two text boxes and then some button to compare them. So just click that, and then you see the differences nicely marked in here. So in the original, of course, we have the A element, while you, for some reason, had the link. Okay, and in this case, that's the only difference. Or actually, here is some other one. So the closing tag, and here is just closing. So let me actually fix that as well. So here, of course, it should be A. Let's put that back. And then here, there's also something wrong in the content. So closing tag, here it should be the closing tag. Let's see if there is something else. But, yeah. Here are these bugs that we just solved also. So previously we had with twice, right? And so we fixed that already. And so here we are good. And this was wrong previously. So in the final file, it was actually still wrong. Okay. But besides that, that's it. Okay. Then down here, we have access again to that text. So we can do some changes here. So let me just introduce a couple more just so we could see how that looks like then. So this li here, let's say we didn't close this somehow. Let's say that here inside of the footer, we actually closed not footer, but header for some reason. Okay, find the difference. And then here you see that it looks very different. So even if you have just empty lines, it will still show up here in the div checker. All right, so that's all the changes that we just introduced. Now, okay, great. So div checker and HTML validators are two extremely helpful tools to debug your HTML code. But now let's go actually to CSS, because there are also some potential bugs that might happen there. Now, one of the most common sources of bugs in CSS are some conflicts between selectors. So let's select these links here once again. And keep in mind that they are inside of the nav, which is inside of the main header. Okay. So we have the nav a link here, but for some reason, let's imagine that we selected these links also somewhere else and then added some different style there. So let's say somewhere here in the middle of the rest of the code, and here we wrote a different selector. So let's say that here we wrote main header, and then inside of that the nav, and then inside of that the A. Like this. And here we set the color actually to red. Okay, but we still want our color to be blue. But now if we reload this, then our text is actually red. So we have two selectors which both define the color and they both apply. And so if before you wrote this, and only later you then wrote this piece of code and wanted the text actually to be blue, then you might not be understanding what actually happens here. Well, the color is actually not the perfect example here. So let's play instead with the margin top. So let's say that for some reason you defined the margin top to be 100 pixels for the link, but then a bit later again you write this rule here where you actually only want the margin top to be 10 pixels. So you are writing this rule, then you give it a save, and all of a sudden it looks like this. So you have 100 pixels. So what is happening? Well, let's inspect. And well, you see that both of these selectors apply, of course, so both of the rules, but the margin top that does actually apply is this one here in this longer selector. So as a rule of thumb, besides the rules that we already learned before about selector priority, if one selector is way more complex than the other, then many times it's actually the more complex one that gets applied. Okay, and so that's why I also told you before that you should avoid writing a selector like this, so a very complex one. So keep your selector simple like this one, and that will then avoid creating bugs like this. Okay, now technically here, if we take a look at the selector specificity, you see that it has 1, 2, right? So memorize that, 0, 1, 2, and here we have 0, 2, 2. And so these numbers are larger, and therefore this is the one that actually gets applied. Now I mentioned before not to worry about specificity because that gets too complex, but basically the higher the numbers, the more that selector will apply. All right. So don't write selectors like this, and instead keep their specificity low. Okay. And if you follow the rules that I showed you about the priority of selectors, then you should be fine. Another common problem that might happen is that for some reason you misspell a property name, and that happens all the time. So let's say that instead of right, you wrote this, then you give it a save, and of course the element is not positioned where you expected it to be. So in that case, the simple thing to do is simply to inspect that element and then check out what happened there. Now, in the case of a pseudo element like this, you will actually have to then click here to open the element itself, and then from there you can select the pseudo element. And then you can simply check out the properties here, and you will then find this icon here, which means unknown property name. And so from that, you will immediately know that here you misspelled something. So then you come here to your code, fix that, and you're good to go again. So this one is also more common than you thought, and so doing what I just did here is always a good idea. And in general, it is also always a good idea to always experiment with this code that you have here in the DevTools and play around with it and, for example, tweak values here. So instead of, for example, experimenting with the H2 font size here in the code, you can simply come here to this value, click it, and then on your keyboard, you can use the up and down keys, just like it says here. Actually, so in that tooltip. So with this, you can see real life how these values changed. And you can also use shift and up and down, and then it will increment in steps of 10. So this is very, very helpful. I do this all the time when I'm experimenting with different values. Okay? And if for some reason you somehow really cannot fix your code, then of course, again, you can use the diff checker to compare your CSS code with the one that I show in the video. So the final code of the section that is in the repository that I just showed you before. Now, finally, one error that I see beginners make all the time is to not correctly link the CSS file in the first place. So remember that that happens up here in this link, and sometimes, for some reason, students mess up the path to the CSS file. That's also because sometimes we might want to put this into a different folder. So just like we did with the images, and then you need to correctly, of course, write the path in relation to this HTML file. So in case that no CSS at all is applied to your page, then the first thing that you need to check is if this link here is correct. So if your style sheet was correctly linked to your HTML. Okay? So this is how you fix some of the most common bugs in HTML and CSS. But if for some reason you really cannot fix any of the bugs that you found, even using all of the tools that I just showed you in this video, then of course you can ask a question in one of the platforms that I just showed you, and in particular on Stack Overflow, or you can also post a new question here in the Udemy Q&A. Now what matters here is that you always post all of your code to a CodePen first. So instead of copy and paste all your code to Stack Overflow or into the Udemy Q&A, please make it easy for the person who will help you, and instead paste all your code into a CodePen. So we have already used CodePen for the challenges, but just to make sure, well, where is it now? Here. So start coding, or you can just write /pen. And then again, grab all your code, put it here in the HTML, and then all your CSS right here. And in case you have JavaScript, you can also put it here. Then you save it, for which you will need an account, and then you just copy the URL and paste it either to Stack Overflow or to the Udemy Q&A section. Okay? All right. And I think that's it about the basic skills of debugging and asking questions. So of course, debugging can go a lot deeper than just this, but for now, I just wanted to give you an overview of what debugging is and how it works. And now to wrap up this section, let's continue building our coding challenge that we have been building in the next video. Welcome back to the last coding challenge of this section. And as always, we will keep working on our same project. So this is how we left it after coding challenge number 2. And so as always, keep this as a starting point, which hopefully you have on some CodePen or somewhere on your computer. And if not, the link to this code will be in this lecture. And what I want you to do is basically to change this to this. And essentially, there are only 2 big changes. First, we have this sale label here in this top left corner of the element. And then also down here, we have basically these 6 available colors in which we can buy the shoe. So I want you to build this part here and this. So this sale is very similar to something that we did before. So hopefully you remember that's this. Okay. But in this case, you actually don't need to use a pseudo element for that. You can simply add a element, for example, a paragraph for the sale, and then position it here just like we did it in one of the previous lectures. Now, maybe you're noticing this detail that in this text, there is some space between the different characters, or these letters here, right? And so there is a CSS property which allows you to do that. And what I want you to do is to Google that. So I want you to use Google to figure out how you can add that space, a little bit like I showed you in the developer skills lecture about Googling. So now you can apply that as well. Okay? So that is one of the things that you need to do. And the other one is this here. So basically what you will need to do is to create an element, and then inside of that element, which can be a simple div. So inside of that element, then you need to create 6 more elements. And these can also be divs if you like. And then all you need to do is to give each of them a color and put them side by side using a neat little trick that we actually also learned in one of the lectures. And in particular, it was the lecture about the types of boxes, if I remember correctly. So this was a nice little trick that we used there. And so you can use that here as well. And if you don't remember it, as always, there is absolutely no problem if you need to go back to our code and look up exactly how we did that. And the same, of course, goes for this technique here. So I don't expect that you memorize all the techniques that I show you here, but if you can look them up in your code and translate them to a different situation, that already would be an amazing achievement. Okay, so if you can just do that, then please go ahead and pause the video now, and I see you once you're done. All right, back to work here, and let's start with the sale label. So as I said, I will simply add a paragraph somewhere, and since we will position it absolutely, it doesn't really matter where it is, but I will just put it here close to the price and the shipping, because semantically that's where it makes sense to be located. So let's give it a class of sale, and then we want the text of sale as well, and then let's close this. And now here in our CSS, let's put it also close to this shipping, so down here. And let's start by adding some visual styles to it. So some background color, for example. And here you could have just used any red color that you wanted, for example, using the VS Code color picker. And I also did that. And so the color I came up with is EC2F2F, just like this. Let's actually go there. All right. Then let's worry about the text. So let's make it white, like this. Give it a font size of 12 pixels and make it uppercase. And make it bold as well. So font weight bold. Let's give it some padding, 7 pixels at the top, 15 left and right. And again, these don't really matter, but many times it's a good idea to have the horizontal padding to be kind of double of vertical. So that's a good rule of thumb that many times looks very good. And now the next step is that actually we want this element only to occupy the space that it actually needs. So there are two techniques for that. Well, actually just one, but you could also kind of achieve this in a different way. So the best way to do this would be to set the display to inline box, actually inline block. And so now indeed, just like any inline element, the box only occupies the space of its content. Okay, so this is the correct solution, but let's comment this out to show you another solution. So you could have also kind of guessed the width of this element if you wanted. Let's say 100 pixels, and then we could adjust it. So let's say just 80 pixels, or just 50 pixels maybe, or 40 even. And then once you kind of got close, you can then just say text, align, center, because now there is actually enough space around the element inside of which the text could then be centered. Okay, so when we have actually a width, then we are no longer in that situation where text align center doesn't make sense in an element like we had before here with these links. Remember that? So I think like 2 lectures ago. But anyway, this is not the preferred solution, but it is something that we could also have done. So I found it interesting to also show you that. And so now it's time to actually absolutely position this element right here. So let's remember that the first thing that we need to do in order to absolutely position an element is to define in relation to what parent element this element should be positioned. And so on that parent element, we set position to relative. So in this case, that should be quite easy, right? That is simply this product here. So this article with the class of product. And so this is where now we want to set position to relative. And so Now we can go back here and say position absolute and set the top and left to 0 just to get started. Okay. And now we can kind of guess the values where this should be. So let's say like minus 15 pixels. That can be a little bit more, like 17. Yeah. So now it's like nicely in the middle. And now let's move it also like 30 pixels to the left. So that's not quite centered yet. Let's say 35. Well, let's actually make it 34, so it's exactly double of the top. All right, so with this, we are almost done with this part. All that's missing is this extra space between the characters, right? So to give it this extra touch, and also because I wanted you to practice your Googling skills. So what I would have Googled is CSS add space between characters, or you could have written letters as well. But here you actually immediately get the result. So letter spacing. But I'm more interested in here, usually in a Stack Overflow reply or this documentation of MDN. So here we have letter spacing, which looks like something we want. And so here, indeed, we get, as always, a couple of different examples. And so, yeah, this is the property that we're going to use. So I'm copying it. Let's put it here close to these styles. And I'm setting it to 2 pixels. And yeah, that actually looks a lot nicer. Now we just need to like push it even a bit more to the side there, like this, to center it. And yeah, that's it. So we are done with this part. So now let's quickly add those colors here. And as I said previously, we will basically create a div, so a container without any semantic meaning. And then in there, I will create 6 more divs, and then each of them will get its own background color. So that should be right here after the link. Right, so after the link and before these product details. So a div, and I'm calling it the colors. Let's just immediately close it so we don't forget it, because this editor is not as good as VS Code, but it's still quite helpful to actually use CodePen for something like this. And now we will just create another div in here, color. And then actually this doesn't have any content at all. All right. So this is something we didn't really do before. And so let me just explain and show you how we will do it. So we want 6 colors, so I'm just copy pasting it 6 times. So yeah, let's put that right here at the end. So just like in the HTML. So the colors class is not really important, I think. So let's just start by defining each of the squares. So each of these. So basically we make them a square by giving them a certain height and then a width, which is the same. So let me show that to you. The first thing we should do is to give them a background color to make it easier to see it. The first one I think was black. All right, but right now they are not visible because they don't have any content. But if we give them a height and a width, then they will become visible. So let's do that. Height, 22 pixels. And so now immediately they got a height, and then they occupy all the space that they can because they are block level elements by default, right? So they are divs, and therefore that is by default a block level. But now if we specify their width to be the same, so it looks like a square, then, well, then of course, they no longer do that. Okay, so of course we are still far away from the final result, but in order to continue effectively, let's now give each of them a different color. So how can we do that? Well, I will actually add another class to each of them, and that is completely possible. Remember that we are allowed to give each element more than one class. So I showed you that before. So the way we do that is to add a space and then simply add another one. So the first one was black, then blue, red, yellow, green, and brown. And so, well, in the first one, we actually don't need to do that because they are black already, all of them. And so we can then basically override that in all the other ones. So let's call this one the color blue. And then let me just copy paste that a couple of times. So red, yellow, green, and brown. And now we will, of course, have to select all of them right here. So again, you could have come up with any blue color that you'd like. My choice was this one, 2F6EE2. So let's see. And indeed, now it is blue. I will just copy this a couple of times. Okay. So red, yellow, green, and brown. So not here, but here. Here, let's use the same red that I had before, actually. And then the yellow was F0BF1E. Green is 90CC20. And finally, the brown is 885214. And there you go. There we have our 6 different colors. Now all we need to do is to put them side by side. So how can we do that? Well, there is a neat trick that we learned before, which is to change the display property of these elements to inline block. So we will now set all of these 6 elements, so all of them which have the class of color, to inline block, because like this, they will only occupy the space that they need, and they will also not create any line breaks after them. And so that is exactly what we want. Now, we could not use inline because then the height and width wouldn't really work as expected, or at least they shouldn't. And you see that indeed it doesn't work. So it needs to be inline block because remember, height and width do not apply to inline elements. And now all we need is a small margin to the right of each of them of, let's say, 12 pixels. And there we go. It's a bit too much maybe. So 10 pixels. And that's it. So that's all we need to do. Well, actually we are missing like some space here after this anchor. And remember how we actually already had this problem before. So we tried to add some space, so some margin bottom to this anchor, but it didn't work. And so the workaround was to then add that space at the top of this heading. Remember that? So that's why here this details title has the margin top. And by the time we didn't understand why adding margin bottom to this anchor element didn't work. But now we actually do. So let's do that as well. So that's right here. So let's add a margin bottom here of 30 pixels, which will still not work. But again, we now know why it doesn't work. And the reason is that the anchor element is an inline element. And on inline elements, the top and margin bottoms do not apply. So to fix that, once again, we need to display this as an inline block. So easy enough, display inline block, and there you go. There we have our 30 pixels now nicely displayed. Okay, and I think with this, our solution looks exactly the same as our demo. So we are done now as it looks. Yep, so seems so. And so, yeah, that actually wraps up this introduction to CSS section. So one more time, congratulations for reaching this first part of the course. And you now have all the fundamentals of HTML and CSS that you need in order to start building layouts, which is actually one of the main parts of CSS. So there's a whole section waiting about that. And so once you're done reviewing everything that we did here, I will see you in that next section once you are ready.